Hell no, man. I think it's time for us to roll on this. Hey! What's going on, yo? We are back. We're finally for another season of Auburn football, taking on the Alabama A&M Bulldogs tonight inside what I'm sure will be a very festive Jordan-Hare Stadium, and it should be, because things are looking up on the plains for Auburn football. We start off from CDF has one of these. I actually made a new sound for this. CDF coming in from off the mainland America. Super chat. He jumps in, CDF, with the first super chat of the season. Says, "War damn, can't take another losing season. Let's go." CDF, of course, big time Auburn guy, and watches every game from off the mainland United States because we love him. But thank you, brother. I'm so glad that we're keeping you around, man. By the way, tonight, of course, you guys know it's a new season of the Brain Train, but we're using the old format. So we're going to be drinking bourbon tonight. I'm going to be drinking this Blue Run. This is the first time I've had Blue Run. Well, this bottle is. And it's good. It's a high rye bourbon. So it's got a little bit of that funkiness that I like to call it with the rum. When it's not a weeder, weeder's a little sour, a little bit rye, gives you a little spice is what they call it. I call it funk, but it's good. I like it. Also, I just thought I'd say that there's a executive a former executive from Nike who actually designs these bottles for them. And so he designed it in a way to try to make it as marketable as possible. I think it's a gorgeous bottle, but whatever. So we'll be drinking that. And so this one right here is the Auburn Tigers for a great season. I want everybody to stay healthy. I'd like to see a lot of wins, of course, but, want to keep everybody healthy. So glad to have you guys back. And there's so many legends in the chat. I know Crocky Poo is here. Sam H in the house. Wow. Grindworks is back for another season. We'll love it. Jacob L. Sam, of course, one of our legends. Justin C. Solo Tigre, my man. GW in the house. Tyrone, glad to have you. Matthew R., glad to see you again. Chip in the hizzle. Tim, who's always been super, super supportive of everything that I do, and really we do, the show that I do with my wife called The Bourbon Blend, which we had to kind of go on a hiatus because we lost our studio. It was in my mom's house, and we had to sell it. So, moving on. Let's see. GW says, look at that hair. Looks like the pooter on a cuter than your GFJGT has it. Thank you, GW. I thank Emily for that. Emily works on my hair for me. Sriracha's in the hizzle. What up, brother? I saw Sriracha with the new handle came rolling in this summer at auburnsports.com, where I'm the publisher and the main moderator. And been a great addition. Glad to have you. Runner 24 in the hizzle says, hey. What up? We give him a clap because we love Runner 24, one of our friends from the East Coast. SR71 Blackbird in the hizzle. Says, Ward, I'm Eagle. Been waiting for this all year. I have too. I really miss football. I love football. This show works best, I think, for football. In basketball, we have to do post-game because I can't really do basketball live. But football, I can. And Salos says, when does basketball season start? Womp, womp, womp. Got a little ways to go on that one. But I do have the depth chart set up for basketball. So if there comes a point today when we want to talk about some basketball, because this team's going to be dirty. And Crocky Poo knows just about how dirty they're going to be. And we have that to talk about. Let's see. AU Tiger 98 in the hizzle as well. Okra, my man, with the Max Crosby as his avatar. We love Max Crosby. Still a full week away from Raiders, but we're getting close. He says all he has is some Tito's. Well, my answer to that would be you need to get some cat head, G. I think Tito's is better. CFB Addict, my man. Love that guy. Best show in college football, hands down. Ward Am Eagle. Thank you for being here, brother. You guys would be blown away if you knew who CFB Addict was, but of course, I have a responsibility in blood to protect the anonymity of all of our posters unless they decide to come back out. Scotty P in the hizzle, my man. He's from my neck of the woods, and we love him for sure. Let's see, Dave Rockefeller. I like that. Old Dominion is putting it on South Carolina. I know at halftime it was 13-7, I think, and it was you're thinking, these SEC teams have been rolling. I mean, Texas was crushing, Missouri was crushing, shit, everybody was, but South Carolina's having some trouble. And what about Vandy? Vandy gets up, what were they, 17-0 maybe? Ended up having to go to overtime, but did beat Virginia Tech in Cashville. Literally dozens of fans there to see that one, and I know that was a big deal for them. Also, I have new glasses that I got in the spring, and I have to kind of put my head up to read. I'm sorry about that. I know that I'm an old man. Daniel D says Vanderbilt won. They did. They pulled it out in overtime, man. It came down to the last throw for Virginia Tech, but it didn't work out for them. Let's go to our depth chart. That's where I want to start today. And I went ahead and got this all straightened out. I think Malcolm Simmons, changed numbers. So we'll have to check with that when the game goes. The rumor is that he's going to be wearing 11 because Walker White switched numbers as well. So we'll check that out as we're moving along. But here's your layout for the offense this year. And I'm going to tell you what, guys, I think they've upgraded critically in some areas here, particularly at wide receiver. We've got a super chat. Got to make that a little bit louder, I think. From Feel Like a Stranger, who we love and adore because he's always hanging out with us. LFG, Ward Amiga, Ward Up Drainers, Swoogans, and Tates. Much love. Let's talk Hut. That's what I'm talking about. Reverend Hugh bringing more studs into the revival tent and hoops later. Yes. Wow, and also speaking on the recruiting tip, they're having a great recruiting weekend. A lot of great players in here for the Alabama A&M game, which you wouldn't necessarily expect. But you've got Deuce Knight here, the outstanding left-handed quarterback from Lucedale, Mississippi. Melendez, who's the linebacker, committed to Miami, he was committed to Miami. He decommitted yesterday or this morning. I am fully expecting a flip there, and I absolutely adore the kid. Naeem Offord, defensive back from Birmingham, is here as well, an Ohio State commit. I honestly think it's going to come down to Auburn and Alabama on that one. And then Chroma, the tailback from Lee in Georgia, kind of a bigger bruiser type back. I think that's coming down to Auburn and Georgia for that. So those 4 players right there are big-time players. I have said for a long time on the bunker, I have Deuce Knight as a 95% Auburn commit. I think there's a 95% chance it might be higher. Giving myself just a little bit of wiggle room. He is technically committed to Notre Dame, but I think he's going to be an Auburn Tiger. I feel the same way about Melendez. Not sure a Naeem Offord, but Auburn sure would like to have him, and I think they're trending up. Chroma is going to be a tough pull from Georgia, but they've been on him a long time, and so that's really good stuff. Let's see what we got on the depth chart tip. The big thing here, I think, Crocky Poo, tell me if you disagree. Spicy P in the hizzle. What's up, G? Oh, I love it when Spicy P's with us. They're staying. Tyler Johnson's going to start at left tackle. All right, very good. So that doesn't surprise me. He's had a great camp, and I'm going to go ahead and move him based on your recommendation there, Spicy P. He's had a great camp. He certainly looks the part. He's been kind of toiling in obscurity at Auburn, but so far in his career. But he's been playing some good football, and I just didn't think they wanted to start Percy over there. So they're going to go with Tyler Johnson. The big upgrades to me are going to be at wide receiver. So it actually got Cam Coleman. Everybody's going to be fired up to see him. Number 8, who can definitely go up there and challenge for balls. He's fast when he gets the ball in his hands and he takes off. He's going to blow you away. He's really, really good. Dre Lambert-Smith at Z, working on the backside there. Him and Perry are kind of bracketed together. They play that spot. And then at the slot, I think you've got a lot of good choices. Robert Lewis, number 14, is going to be – he came in from Georgia State. Shifty, short, experienced. I happen to think a lot of him. Sam Jackson, to me, probably – I thought he would be the second choice, but Malcolm Simmons, a freshman from Alexander City, came in and really was probably – well, you hate to say anything about Cam Coleman, but among the freshmen, I think that Simmons and Coleman were the two big standouts in this outstanding freshman class they signed in 2024, for this season. So I'm Malcolm Simmons. I'm telling you guys, I've seen him in practice. When he catches, he just gets open. He just gets open. And a lot of times you said about somebody who's kind of like slow, like, oh, well, he gets open. Like we say about Hunter Renfrow when he played for the Raiders and stuff like that. I know what I got right there.
Super chat.
There he is, Hayden. Hayden's been with us a long time, since he was a youngin'. Appreciate that. He says, we back. We definitely are back. I'm glad to have you, Hayden. He's been a big part of the show for many, many years now. All the way, excuse me, I'm thinking faster than I'm talking. Going all the way back to our outstanding and famous COVID shows. Love the situation at the receivers. I just think these guys are going to be awesome. Spicy P, I think Malcolm has switched to 11. I'm going to go ahead and adjust that now. And Walker White has switched to 3, maybe? I know it's a single digit. I'm not sure which. I'm not 100% sure on that one. So we'll check that out as we move along. We may not see Walker White tonight, but I like him. He impressed me in what I saw of him in the scrimmage and then some of the simulated scrimmage periods. He definitely has poise, and he definitely has arm strength. And I think for him, it's just still trying to get the protections down and understanding how to get the team out of a bad play and into a good one. Shit, that's something that Peyton struggled with last year. The talk is that he's much better at that this year, and by God, I hope so, because Auburn's chances are really hanging on him. So we got Ty Johnson, who we believe is going to be starting at left tackle with Percy Lewis backing him up, and, of course, Muskie playing behind him. Muskie can play really guard or tackle on either side, so he's a useful piece. D-Wade, we got a...
Wow, what a super chat.
Thank you, Auburn Dad for Life. Saw your tweet earlier that you're going to be repping that orange shirt tonight. It says, WD to the best hair on the air, JG Tate. Thank you, sir. Glad to have you. again for another season with us. He's here with us a bunch. Crocky Poo says, looks good, JGT. Thank you, G. What number is Walker White? Ed D in the house. I love Ed D. What's up, man? Glad to have you here. Okay, so Wizard D says he switched to 9. Okay, very good. Who was the last Auburn quarterback who wore 9? I don't remember one right off. It's been a few years. Did they used to call him Meathead. He passed away recently. Had an amazing arm. I just can't remember his name, guys. I'm bad with names. They get out of my head. I'm old. He just passed away like a year ago. Jeff Klein. I think Jeff Klein wore 9. I could be wrong, though. Y'all let me know. Also, let's see. Somebody else had the 9 correct on here. I want to give everybody credit for that because I did not know, and so you guys are ahead of me on that. AU Tiger 98. Thank you for that, brother. And it looks like Robbie Ashford. Yes, Robbie Ashford was the last one to wear 9. I have purged that from my memory. No offense to the kid, though. He was nice. The situation on the offensive line is what we were talking about until I started babbling about other stuff. D. Wade playing left guard. That's where they wanted him to play. He's serviceable at left tackle, but they feel like he's more of a difference maker at guard. And so now if Tyler Johnson can handle left tackle, we're going to find out a little bit tonight, maybe. A&M's ends are very small, so he should be able to just overpower those guys. But anyway, we'll see how he kind of moves and stuff. D. Wade playing left guard with Braden Joyner. I talked earlier about Cam Coleman and Malcolm Simmons, to me, being the big freshman. Well, Perry, too. Perry's been great. Maybe not quite as good as the other two as far as just being a splash, but Braden Joyner, who is not a true freshman, but who I think was one of the big movers in camp. I think year over year, Braden Joyner's made a big step forward at left guard as the backup. Connor Liu, of course, at center. He's essentially the new Reese Smukes. May be able to go wire to wire in his career playing center, starting at center, I should say. And I think he's outstanding. And Tate Johnson, obviously I love the first name, and a really cool kid backing him up at center. Jeremiah Wright from Selma, Alabama. Going to play right guard. He actually came here as a defensive tackle, got hurt, moved over to offense, and he's always just kind of been hurt. When he's healthy, he's good, and he's a big boy, and he can push people around. I'm interested to see how that's going. E.J. Harris and Dre Carter backing him up at right guard, and then we've got Tall and Ronan Chambers at right tackle. So I like this offensive line more than most, I think, although I thought it was going to be Percy. I'm actually encouraged to see that it's Tyler Johnson. I think he may hold up a little bit better. And, yeah, so that's good. Peyton Thorne, listen, we've all got opinions about what is actually going to happen here. I think so much of this group's ability to be good this year is going to rest on Peyton Thorne. And I was not impressed with him last year. I'm not out here to bag on Auburn players. You guys know I've been covering Auburn since '98. I don't spend my life bagging on Auburn players, but to me, he was a disappointment last season, and there's a lot of reasons why. I don't think Hugh did a particularly good job of giving him what he needed to thrive. Look at this, Stoop Up, the man, the myth.
Super chat.
Thanks, Stoop Up. It says, happy 2024 football season, JGT and fellow drainers. A man who has been with us from the very first show. And they don't come more supportive than Stoop Up, who's an absolute stud. And doing some work on the baseball field, on the youth baseball field, I should say. Outstanding work. Also, we got tight end is super, super deep on this group. I happen to think Rivaldo Fairweather's an absolute badass. Should have been all SEC. I think he's out to prove that to people this year, and I am looking forward to seeing him absolutely teabag some people this year. Brandon Frazier's made a big step forward this year. He was kind of like the fourth guy last year. He's now the second guy. I think he gives you some, when you're talking about tight ends, in this offense, you're usually thinking more like a blocker, which is probably Luke Deal's best skill. But Frazier gives you a little bit of both. He can block some. He can get out and pattern some. Obviously, Rivaldo's more of a receiver, like a Lutz. Micah Riley, I just haven't seen enough of him. I think of him as more of a receiver. And then Rico Walker, who's probably more of a bruiser. I know Rico's probably not thrilled to have transferred here from Maryland to be the fifth-string tight end, but it is what it is. A lot of these guys will be gone. He'll have his chance to shine next year. I am huge on Dre Lambert-Smith. I don't think we've talked about him enough in general, but we'll find out. If he gets a lot of throws tonight and he makes a lot of great catches, then we'll be talking about him a bunch. At tailback, guys, one of the best stables of tailbacks in the country, in my opinion. Jarquez, love him. More of a runner than a pass receiver, but it doesn't matter. He's there to kill people with his running. Damari Alston, dual threat, receiver, runner. He's basically the Ferris Bueller of this team. Everybody adores him. He relates to everybody. He's just got that ability to just talk to people, to engender trust with his teammates, with coaches, with fans, with academic folks. They all adore him. They think he's a righteous dude. Jeremiah Cobb, probably the most underrated player on this entire roster. I think this guy's an A1 stud, and I think if he ever has to be the number one guy this year, he's going to blow people away. Not you guys, because you've seen him play, but my friend Matt, listen, two of my high school friends back in 1990 Hall and Hall, Tulsa represent, are OU graduates, and we've been kind of having this friendly, I would say they play in a bitch conference, and Auburn plays in a good conference, and it's always kind of been, that kind of a deal. But now that OU's in the league, I get to text with them and talk that junk, and Matt doesn't know anything he doesn't know who Jeremiah Cobb is, right? These Oklahoma fans, these Texas fans, they don't know shit. He's a stud, though.
Super chat.
There he is, Cleveland Brown coming in. He's with us every single show. Every brain train, basketball, football, he's there. And I appreciate you, bro. And he always reminds me usually to stay hydrated. But he knows that I'm good at this, at hydrating. So he says, Ward M. Eagle JG, the drain is back. Yes, it is. I'm fired up about it. Thank you, Cleveland Brown. And also one from...
Wow, what a super chat.
From number 19, a.k.a. Chris M. LFG, here's to another year of Auburn football. Appreciate you, bro. Not only is number 19 a big supporter of this show, but he also comes to all of our events when we have them in Montgomery, our bourbon events, and he's always a big crowd favorite. He's a good dude. He is the guy. He has his own GIF on the GIF, whatever, on the bunker. Not many people have in the lifetime of the bunker can say that, but he's one of them. He's the one that waves goodbye from the softball game. We got to get over to the defensive depth chart. This is where I've got some issues, personally. Let's see. David asks, do you think Auburn fans should be worried about Vandy? We'll cross that bridge when we find it. Another day to make my stand. Oh, yeah. Quoting Duran there. Defensive front at Buck, you've got J-Mac, Key Crawford, and Jamonte Waller. Jeffrey Lee always says that he loves his defensive linemen to have big asses. And if that's the thing, if that's the criteria, Jamonte Waller is going to be a fan favorite because he's got a big ass. I don't mean he's fat. He's just very bulky and nasty looking. He's a very calibrated athlete. I like the situation at Buck. Jalen is just a little short for me. Key Crawford is definitely probably has, I'm just estimating here from the practice field, 3 inches taller, and his arms are probably 3 inches longer. I'd be curious to see how he does tonight. Also another one from
Super Chat.
From T Park, who we met at the event that we had in Atlanta earlier this year. This is LFG 2024 season JGT. Appreciate you, bro. It was awesome hanging with you back in the day. Well, shit, it was only like 3 or 4 months ago. But you were a great, huge addition to that event, and I look forward to hanging out with you in person more as we move along. G. I'm going to pour another one as we got a super chat from Stephen W. I'm not going to say who he is on the bunker, but he's a very important person on the bunker. Don't want to out him. About to get some big time commitments. Hands off, Crocky Poo. Bob has dibs. I bet Crocky Poo knows who that is based on that. Thank you for the super chat, G, and it's awesome to have you as part of our community and also here on the Brain Drain. Whale Driver.
Super chat.
He says, thank God it's Brain Drain season, buddy. It's 2 of us. I'm really glad. I'm like, yeah, you've seen those GIFs or those images where it's like bad things are happening and they have the Pablo Escobar from the Netflix show where he's like just standing around despondent. That's like me the last month. I mean, it's cool going to practice and shit, but like I'm ready for football. I'm ready for games. I don't like writing about, oh, this receiver's gonna be good, blah, blah, blah. Let's get out here and let's get some freaking data and we'll know. Then we'll know, right? Got one of these.
Wow, right, what a super chat.
Shane H jumps in. He's been with us a long time. He's a big-time brain drainer. And he says, yo, JG, great to be back. Let's go, my man, Shane. Glad to have you here, G. I'm curious to see who you're most excited about on defense. We haven't even worked our way through, but I'm not really concerned at Buck. I do have some concerns here. You got Philip Bleedy, who comes in from Indiana. He's literally like 24 years old. He's married. He has a kid. He may have two, actually. I don't know what to expect there. Malik Blockton, who I really like from Pike Road, Alabama, but he looks small to me. And then you see that like he started in the first scrimmage, although DJ Durkin said, I'm just rotating guys. But like, guys, if you're rotating people, I get it. But what you put him out there first. I'm curious to see what he can do. Gage Keys coming in from Kansas. He's a very enterprising young man. I think he's got some big things ahead of him in his life. And TJ Lindsey is listed as the fourth DT. I saw him on the scout team the other day, so I'm not sure we'll see him, but maybe we will. Isaiah Rakes, number 22. He looks like a nose guard to me. He looks like one of those athletic nose guards. Maybe you want to see him be 2 inches taller, but whatever. He's thick, and he's ready to fight. Jason Jones is a mountain of a man and also a very, very bright person. Bobby Jamison Travis, who I don't know personally, but I'm curious to see what he can do. And Trill Carter coming in from Texas. A little depth piece right now. I'm not sure that he's thrilled to probably be down the depth chart on that one, but whatever. Keldrick Falk from Highland Home, Alabama, defensive end, outstanding player and a great kid, great leader. He's the kind of guy, I made to mention this on the bunker earlier today. Rodney Garner used to talk about there's a certain number of kids, and they ain't many, on the recruiting trail where you can tell they're just born leaders. Keldrick Falk, born leader. He's a special player. He's a special person, and he's a special player. Raised right, and he works hard. He has great work habits, and they adore him. Zeke Walker, new graduate. Zeke Walker is there as well, and Amaris Williams, the young man they added kind of late from North Carolina. And if you like big asses and really thick bodies, you're going to like him too. I don't mean that he's fat. He's not. He's just a big dude, man. Linebackers, I'm not in love with this group. Eugene Asante, they're getting a lot of mileage out of him. That's great. Woodyard behind him, and then Laquan Robinson behind him. Solid. Dorian Mausi came in from Duke, is going to be playing middle with Fanaje Gote, who came in from Maryland, worked for DJ back in the day, and then DJ Barber, who I saw on the scout team, so I'm not sure he'll play a lot. Then you got Austin Keys and DeMarcus Riddick at strong side linebacker. Keys, really good when he's healthy, not very good when he's not available because he's injured. And then DeMarcus Riddick from Chilton County, Alabama, an outstanding young player. I think of him as more as a see-ball, hit-ball kind of guy at this point, but we're going to find some stuff out about him. Dion Jasko, my man. We'll get one of these.
Super chat.
Says, never miss a chance to listen to the Brain Drain. So glad to have you, Dion. And I know you were with us last year, too. So thank you for tuning in and also for supporting the channel with the Super Chat. So thank you, G. We will be here. Matthew M. is in the chat, another guy who's been critical to my family's success in the last 10, 15 years. Says, JG, so pumped. Football is back. I'm so glad also to know that you guys, you and your family have found a really good spot. I'll leave it there. Raven, one of our absolute legends. I got to give you one of these.
Wow,
dude.
what a super chat.
Probably need to get a few more sound bites on that one, don't I? Raven says, War Eagle JG, let's get ready to kick off this football season with an epic drain. I actually, we went to the Orange Beach event. Raven and his outstanding wife, who's a legend, they stayed with us. We shared an Airbnb down there in Orange Beach, and wow. Raven is he's got some great stories to tell, and his wife's amazing. I love the way they work together. It's great. Let's see, T-Roy, my man. I saw T-Roy 2 weeks ago at the Troy Drawdown at Troy University. Saw J-Dub at the Troy tailgate and hooked him up with some premier smoked brisket and turkey. Just so you're aware, Commodore, what an absolute badass, man. Thank you. I'm going to give you an applause for that. T-Roy Tiger, of course, lives down in Troy, as you would expect. His wife, also a legend. Doesn't really like talking to me very much, but I understand. I can be a little weird and off-putting, but she's gorgeous and smart, and T-Roy definitely married up on that one. Travis J in the house. What's up, man? He knows what time it is, and I do too. Hell yeah. It's time for football. Hey, as the coverage started, I'm going to be honest, guys. So we're streaming tonight, and I've got 2 different streamers here. I've got the game up on my computer. I got another computer over here, and I got my streaming TV here. The last time we did this, I had some difficulty. Okay. All right, looks like, yeah, the game already started? Oh, geez. Okay, cool. Let me switch over. Game is on. Thank you, brother. Let me get this going. God, I got so carried away talking to you guys. Love it. I'm so stoked to be back. All right. There we are. Looks like Malcolm had the first, significant play of the game there, wearing that number 11. Is he playing outside here? Oh, I love the black cleats, man. Reminds me of Carnell days. That was well defended. Another throw for Terrence says JG isn't watching the game, he's watching the recap. Wait, what? I'll be honest, guys. Like, sometimes I'm not the best when it comes to like digital technology. If the game is on like cable, everything's good, but when it's not, I get a little bit off. And I don't know how to do this. Press return? Where? Huh? Uh-oh, we got somebody away. Jarquez, that's going to be, you know what that is. I know exactly what that's going to be.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Yes, sir. Jarquez breaks away. I didn't see the, I'm still trying to get on my main TV, the game isn't even on yet. But on my other one, it is. All right, so we're not even a minute into the game. We've already got a touchdown. And is it going to be Towns or is it going to be Alex? You guys are going to have to tell me. All right, we got the extra point through. And that's going to be a 7-0 lead for the Auburn Tigers. Nice start. Boy, Jarquez wasn't going to make it too much further, was it? Let's see. Runner 24 says it's a good sound clip. Been too long since we heard that one. Didn't get to hear too many of those in the Maryland game, did we? All right, so I've got the game back up. But I'm telling you that this TV is not very good. I didn't buy it to stream. I'll be honest with you. All right, let's get over here to our statistical page, stat broadcast, and try to get some numbers up on that drive. Jarquez, they're still showing his stats from last year. All right, so let me get some of these updated real quick. Peyton was 2 of 3 on that drive. For 21. Nah, we can go wider with that, bro. Weird. Let's see. Jarquez had the one run for 34 and a tutty, as we like to call it. And I don't even think they got the third down, did they? Nope. So we'll just leave it like that. That's a nice first drive, huh? Ammo Tiger says, are we back? I'm going to reload the widget because I didn't like that Alabama red color on the people's names. So I'm going to reload the widget. It'll have a different random color, and it won't be red anymore. Sam H says 63 to go. My man. All right, the good news is that I've got the game up on my main TV here. The bad news is I think I'm behind, so shit we just got to deal with. Blake says, we look like we played this game before. Thank you. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, Jarquez on kickoffs? I mean, here's the thing on that. So Keontae wants to be the kickoff guy. He wants to be the punt guy, too. He wants to do everything, but they won't. They kind of have to fight with him. Let's see. Robert S. From The Cure says that Peyton was actually 2 of 2. I've got him as 2 of 3 on the official stats. So let me just hang here for the minute. But if that ends up changing, then I'm going to give you full credit, G. Know what I'm saying? All right, we're looking at a 2nd and 8 here. Oh, we got a
super chat
from a War Eagle 0008. I saw him on the bunker earlier making a reference to being here tonight. I'm so glad you are. It says WDE family. Good to be back. Thanks for the show, JDT. It's always great to be here, brother. I feel like it's just us, in fellowship or whatever. All right, we got a 3rd and 5 now. Runner 24 said, and Wizard Dragon says that Hunter was on our kickoff team. I'm telling you, Jarquez Hunter is just a different animal. He just, a lot of times star players like him, you know what I mean? Like they kind of are like, hey, let's save me to play tailback. It isn't necessarily a selfish thing. It's just, hey, I'm the number 1 tailback. Let's keep me healthy. But Jarquez is the kind of guy that he don't give a shit. Like he'd be a 1,000-yard rusher. He'd be like, I want to be on every special team, and I care. And he's not full. It's not fake. He just really wants to do that. Robert Smith says Tej is who's playing for Western Kentucky tonight. 2 picks and Bama 2 touchdowns. We've seen this one before. We've seen this story before. All right, so Auburn, Alabama A&M punts. Auburn's going to take over on the, what was it, the 23 or the 33? On the 34 officially. So that's what we're dealing with here. It's kind of frustrating. My second TV is a little bit ahead of my first TV, but oh well, that's the way we got to go. I really wish Auburn was on the I got to turn this thing down, man. This is kind of funny. No, I got to, it's a little too, hell, we'll just leave it like that. The chat box is fine. Everybody can read it. Yeah, Nick A says Keontae. Yeah, it's good to see him playing because he was having something with his right leg. I'm not sure if it was hamstring or knee or calf or whatever, but he's good now. And that's the thing right there. Runner 24 says Tej should have stayed at East Texas Junior Community College. It's just kind of a reminder, right? Him and Robbie will always be reminders of, and Adrian Posse, of how things were going, right? Things are going a little bit better now, I think. Of course, Auburn had let's see, Ed D says should change the drop counter to Moss counter. If we get 2 Mosses tonight, we will switch it to the Moss counter. How about that? Uh-oh. I don't mean to make noise on that. There's my friend Matt, from my friend Matt, the OU graduate. He says, I hate rules analysts with a passion is what he says. We need to get him on the show, man. Uh-oh. Just got a little bit of a text here from somebody else. Yeah. An undercover. Oh, Cleveland Browns says, don't forget Calzada. Thank you for that reminder. I'm sure Incarnate Word is really fired up to have him. Hey, I got a text, as you guys heard, from a very good source. Probably, I would consider him an A+ source. He believes the Deuce Knight flip is going to go down tomorrow. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go down tomorrow, but one of my top 3 sources says yes. Interesting. Auburn also had a player that I thought was going to decommit and commit to Florida. And after that game today, I don't think he's going to do that. So there you go. Dixie Viper. What's up, man? I'll tell you what I'm drinking. I'm drinking this Blue Run. It's a high rye bourbon, but to me it doesn't have the funkiness of a regular like rye, like a super high rye. It's just good, man. The problem with this is that Nick, $5 to Nick right there. It's too expensive. I bought this for like $70. This is probably a $50 bourbon. One man's opinion. Mobile alum in the house. She says, "How you doing, JG? How you doing, young lady? Good to see you here, hanging out with the crew." Chris M says, "Gators be trashio." Yeah, absolutely. He'll probably be the first coach fired, I think. I mean, he doesn't have a long leash at this point. He just got emaciated. No, he got emasculated, on his own field against Miami. Never going to be good. Hornatius is back with us here. He says, "I just reported this channel for NSFW hair." You're trouble, man. Uh-oh. I think something really good's going to happen here. Peyton Thorne with a very Nick Marshall type throw to my man. Who did I tell you? What did I tell you guys?
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Dre Lambert. My man. Yes. The aforementioned Dre Lambert, I told you guys, I thought he was going to be a stud. I thought he was kind of underrated. He's not as underrated as some of these other dudes, but he's underrated. And got, I guess, like a step or two maybe on this guy. And Peyton with a very Nick Marshall type throw where he kind of stepped into it and looked nice doing it. And that one's going to the house. It's probably, what, a 70-yard, 65-yard touchdown right there. And Auburn's up 14-0 with 12:47 to go in the first. FJ Tab says, "This is about to be a massacre." I think you might be right. Yeah, let's go ahead and bump that up. Oh, you can see Peyton. He just had to make sure. That was a beautiful throw. And again, that's Dre Lambert Smith, who's the transfer from Penn State. And Towns Magoo out there with the extra point. Probably the most hotly contested kicker commitment ever in Auburn history. Not to say he's the best kicker ever, although he may be. That'd be a very high standard, but they fought very, very hard to get him away from Ole Miss. There he is, T-Roy. I got a text from T-Roy Tiger. All right, there we go. 14-0, the Auburn Tigers are up. We are not even 3 minutes into this game yet, so that's a really nice start. This is an interesting kind of kickoff formation for the Auburn Tigers. Towns has got to make sure that, well, you don't have to worry about that one. His kickoff, I know you guys are probably ahead of me on that one, but his kickoff literally went and hit the wall behind the goalposts. That's great. Ravin says his feed is way behind. Jay, can you put yourself on about a 45-second delay? Hey, man, I think I'm already on a 45-second delay for real. I'm way behind some of these other folks. I know, who was it that was giving me hell earlier? I don't remember. Our chat's kind of popping right now. Yeah, C-Red13 said, "Dude can boom these kickoffs." He's like that Matt Clark guy they had like 10 or 15 years ago that was just like literally knock him into the third or fourth row. I mean, listen, if you're Alabama A&M, they've got to try to run the football because that's just the way football works. But that ain't happening. I mean, it's just not. Really nice play there by number 12. Is that Mausi? Diagnoses the play correctly and just makes a nice stop there. I really enjoyed talking to Dorian. He's a bright kid, and I think, Wesley Steiner was a bright kid too, but he's also a good football player. Oh, he had the ball, and then he dropped it. It happens. Terrence, it was Terrence. You were giving me the trouble earlier, weren't you? JG's getting the game feed from the History Channel, LOL. My man. I am using a Vizio that I pay like $150 for. Because I usually don't need anything special up here, it's connected to the cable box, and who cares? Today would be a great day to have a nice, super fresh TV, but I don't have one. Moby alum with a
super chat.
Thank you, young lady. She says, let's go. She loves seeing the Auburn 3rd and 11. I'm not sure it was an intentional back shoulder throw, but it was a back shoulder throw, and the ball should have been caught, but it wasn't. And that's the way it goes. Sometimes. Kane Lee, number 9, was saying that should have been a penalty, and Kane Lee says, why don't you just cry a little bit more, homie? Listen, man, I know we're only, 3.5 minutes into this game? No, 3 minutes into this game, but Auburn's playing pretty damn good football here. One man's opinion. Keontae going to return this this punt, excuse me. Oh, he had a couple nice moves there. And he's going to get Auburn started at the Alabama A&M 44, so that's really nice. Terrence says, buy it, JG, and deducted as a business expense. My man. So here's kind of where I'm coming from on that. I play the stock market during the day when we're not doing Auburn stuff, and my goal has been to try to turn options plays into money. And when I get it to a certain amount, I'm not there yet, I'm going to buy myself a really nice TV for downstairs because we haven't bought one in a long time. And when we do that, I'll move the one that's downstairs right now. I'll move it right here, and then we'll actually have a legit TV. But I'm not there yet, brother. Let me get some of these numbers updated because I know we haven't given Thorne credit for his touchdown. He's 3 of 4 for 88 and a tutty. And he has a tud. I'm not sure why that's going to like 2. Oh, there we go. It's better now. Hunter hasn't done, I really hadn't been asked to, and Alston has not done 9 of 23. I don't know why we say that. I guess it's left over from the Maryland game. I don't know. I thought I changed that. My bad. Haven't really needed to run the ball yet. Metallic Ob says, gonna be a long drain tonight. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. EPW, thanks for pointing that out. I got that straightened out. Appreciate that. Terrence's option plays can be tricky, JJ. You're right. I've had some that hit, and I've had some that didn't. I'm sitting on an Amazon call right now that I bought on July 31st, and if you know what I'm talking about, you know that's not a good situation. I'm just waiting. Also ended up having to play the NVIDIA earnings the other day, and I didn't want to, but I had to, and that didn't go well either, so. Took a step back on that one. You know how it goes. Blake says, I love that you kept the drop counter. I did. Things got kind of nasty last year with the drops, didn't they? It was just such a joke, but my belief is that won't be an issue. And as Ed D mentioned earlier, we'll start doing some mossing. Looks like the Auburn Tigers. I want to see this again. They're showing Jarquez's touchdown. It's a nice little run there. And I tell you, it looked a lot like Nick Marshall's Prayer and Jordan-Hare throw to also another number 5. But anywho, they're playing some good football here, as you would expect. Auburn's much better than Alabama A&M. I mean, Alabama A&M is a team in the SWAC that they score points, and they're probably an upper half SWAC team. But defensively, they were a mess last year, and they got a new coordinator, and they just don't. They've got a true freshman who's like literally 205 pounds playing defensive end. I mean, come on now. It's not going to happen. Alpha Tiger, my man, says Thorne for Heisman. My man. Uh-oh, he's going again. Oh, shit, guys. Oh, my God.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Jeez Louise. All right, so Peyton Thorne throws another deep ball, this time down the left sideline, and Cam Coleman's probably 4 or 5 steps ahead of that guy, and the ball's just delivered right to him, and that's a touchdown. That is that young man's first touchdown of his college career, first of many, I'm sure. And we're stoked for him because he's a bad man. Let me get the yardage straightened out on Thorne here. He's at 132. He didn't have many games like this last year, did he? Now, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves because it is Alabama A&M, but I said 5 steps. He was probably 10 steps ahead of that dude. It was kind of an unusual double move, wasn't it? It was kind of a stutter step, not really cutting inside or outside, but he just kind of stopped in place, and I don't think that cornerback had any idea what to do with that. My goodness gracious, guys. Wow. And Coleman with the touchdown catch. Let's see how long that bad boy was. That was a 44-yard touchdown. Happy for him, man. He's a bad man. Courtney, you seeing this? It's 21-0, and they're not even 5 minutes into the game.
Jesus.
I know. It's crazy. Oh, shit. Okay.
Got you some food.
Yeah, just put it right there. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to put the Auburn chain on. It's definitely an Auburn chain kind of game, isn't it? I don't want to get ahead of myself, that's all. But we'll put the Auburn chain on because I think this is going to be a mess right here. Spicy pieces, 2 drives, 2 plays, 2 tutties. That is definitely true. Auburn is locked in like a mofo in this one right here. Talking about this girl right here? She's ready to party, isn't she? Unfortunately, this is ahead of that one because the Vizio is a piece of dog shit. I know, it don't matter most of the time because we're just doing cable on this. All right, so Alabama A&M is going to try to get going again. Hey, they did complete a pass. That's nice. Jaron Thompson, I think with his first tackle, is an Auburn Tiger right there. And it's going to be 2nd and 4. And Alabama A&M has their first down, so that's nice. I'm happy for them. Solo Tigre says, hold on. I missed your Super Chat, Mobile alum, as my fault, and I'm going to give you one of these.
Wow, what a super chat.
Mobile alum with their second Super Chat of the show says, several national guys picking Offord and Melendez to flip to the good guys. Thoughts? I am pretty sure Melendez is going to do that. Offord to me is one that's going to extend. I think Alabama is going to try to get involved with that, and Ohio State does not want to let him go. My guess, if you're asking me, I think he'll end up as an Auburn Tiger. And if they so I think they're going to get Deuce Knight. You guys know I've had this I've had Auburn's chance at 95% on that one. So they get Deuce Knight. They get Offord. They get the offensive tackle from Overland Park, Kansas, Babalola. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Did he fumble? No, they're going to say the ground can't cause that. So Alabama A&M's got themselves down to the 1-yard line. In other news, Chaz, you had a Super Chat earlier. God dang it. And I didn't get it. Oh, I'll tell you what a mess is me not getting his Super Chat. Chaz Music right there. Happy football season. Give you an applause for that. Thank you for not mocking me, as you very well should have. And as Mobile alum did as well, and she should have as well. So probably should have been a pick right there. I mean, honestly, from JC. I mean, he probably has to make that catch, right? You think he makes it probably 80% of the time. Oh, that's going to be offside on Alabama A&M. So they're going back to the 6 now. God Golly, Chaz, I'm sorry about that, G. And also the Mobile alum. My bad.
Hey, eat a little something.
Okay. This is where I spill shit. All right, so second and goal from the 6. It's good practice for Auburn, though.
There you go.
J-Mac on that one. J-Mac and Malik Blockton. There he is, the young man from Pike Road, Alabama, true freshman. Brother of my man, Marcus Harris, who I thought Auburn would really, really miss this season. I mean, we've got a long way to go, but they haven't missed him today. Tim says it should have been a pick, SMH. Yeah, for sure. That should have been a pick. I mean, JC was in perfect position. Ball hit him in the hands. Austin Keys with a stop there to get him stopped at the 4. So it's going to be 4th and goal from the 4. Ah, man. Russell in the house. Welcome back. So glad we kicked off. Yeah, it's great that the season is now officially in swing. We're fired about it. Terrence, my man, says, oh, no, we suck again. My man. I love it. Absolutely love it.
What happened?
What happened?
I had timeout.
Oh, so they're going to – we're back to 3rd and goal now? I thought it was 4th. Jaron Thompson on the edge of the line. He's ready for a blitz, and they don't know what to do with it, and they're out of time. That dude's my age, Cordy. He graduated from high school in 90 or 91. Yeah. He's old. Old. He's old. He's a very old man. Let's see. Terrence says, JG, who is the guest? Thank you. He says, who is the guest halftime call-in expert this year? It's usually Hunter. I mean, I don't ever want to get away from Hunter, but I'd not text him about this. Let me check with him. Make sure I have communicated with Kozan, and he is at a wedding tonight, but he is going to give it hell. He's going to try to get on with us at halftime. Now, halftime's a long way away, but he's good to go if we can get him, which I think we will. I'm checking with Coach Hunter. Yeah, Mobile Lem says we want Coach Hunter. I want Coach Hunter. I love that guy. He's one of my favorite people. Ravin says, okay, Jay, now I'm about 13 seconds ahead. Can you speed up? Let's see. Hornatius says, Jay, can you fix the stream? My streaming TV, Auburn broadcast, your YouTube show, and my iPad are not in sync. And Darkside asks, JG Tate, what's in your cup? I am drinking this Blue Run. You may have seen this in your local store. It's a little expensive for me, but I wanted to try it. High rye bourbon, but I don't like the funkiness of a high rye typically, but this doesn't have that. I'm happy with it. My issue with this bourbon is that it's too expensive. I think this is $70. I think it's a $55 bourbon. I think they may have charged $75 for this, but anyway. It's a little expensive for what it's worth. Just my opinion. We got Courtney? We got one of these
Super chat.
See, need to get Reese. Oh, man, I bet I could get Reese on the horn with us if we wanted to. I just feel like. No, I'm good, thank you. Hey, well, no, I'm good. Thank you. I was going to say ice, but if I do that, my tongue gets fat and I can't talk right. So, yeah. I got my, there were some people this is my water bottle, my Owala. And I got this "How dare you" sticker on it. There were some people when we were in Punta Cana in May that got upset about it. They go, "Oh, you're really you're supporting her." I was like, no, not really. I was just making fun of her actually. Like, she has a blah blah blah. She's autistic, whatever. I don't care if she's autistic or not. She's an idiot. trying to make me feel bad about global warming. I got bigger problems. Here we go. 3rd and goal, and we got a problem for the Alabama A&M because they can't get to J-Mac, and he sacks them on third and goal. Now they're going to settle for them probably a fairly long field goal. Look at J-Mac busting through the middle of that line and getting him down with Bleedy following there. I like it. This defense is swarming. Hornation says, give Reese the heads up. Send him some some booby pics from my wife. I don't know if that's going to be his. I don't think that's his demographic. He's a lot younger than us. But we love Reese Smukes. I saw him at a practice maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I've always really liked him. He's a hell of a player. And he's also a cool dude. This is going to be Austin McCready, the kicker for Alabama A&M. That is, he is not related to Neil McCready. This young man is from New Orleans, Louisiana. And he's gonna miss the kick. I told you guys it was gonna be a long kick for them. Oh, it wasn't even McCready. My bad. It was somebody else. I told you guys it was gonna be a long field goal for them. And well, they weren't able to get it. Maybe they should have had McCready kick that ball. Runner 24 is his best field goal defense in the country. I love that the guy shrugs his shoulders. He's like, man, if we could have just pulled within 21-3, we'd be fine. Everything would be fine. Diego C says, Alabama transfer kicker, no wonder he missed. All right, so the Auburn Tigers take over on the 20. Going to run a little pistol action, and it's going to be 4 yards. 2nd and 6. Damari Alston getting the carry. Making sure we got everybody. Yeah. Too tall playing right tackle. Okay, good. Payton going to go deep again. Oh, it was the first throw to Perry in his college career, and it was catchable, but it would have been a really, really good play. He ended up not making the catch, but that's fine. I don't blame Perry for that. It was just an ambitious throw, and it wasn't quite where it needed to be. It was just a little bit too long. No, that was catchable, but it would have been a complicated catch, though. Crocky Poo gives an R. Yeah, he's wanting to catch there. I mean, he had his guy beat. It's definitely a throw that you're able to compete for that throw, for that catch. You know what I mean? But all right, Sam H says it's on Perry. Okay, fair enough. First game of his college career. Oh, now that's one you got to have right there, G. 3rd and 6. Fart, man. Overthrew Dre, and it's tough to overthrow Dre because he's not short, and he's good at catching those high balls. And, man, Hugh is really letting Peyton have it, man. Oh, man. The thing about Peyton is that he's the son and the grandson of a football coach's. He's been cussed out probably more times than any of us have in his life. There's Oscar Chapman, the Aussie. He's going to throw another shrimp on the Barbie and punt this bad boy. He's going to go for the boy, I didn't think that was going to be a great punt, but ended up being pretty good. Hornage says, Thorne looks bad, guys. Oh, man. Diego, my man, glad to have you here. Damn, we suck, Jay. 3-9 on the horizon. LMAO. 3-9, absolutely. It's basically 1998, yeah. If you remember in 98, man, they had to really fight to beat La Tech that year, too. There's Sly Smith, number 19. Redshirt freshman, I believe. Could be a sophomore, I'm not sure. I can look this up. Redshirt freshman. Young man from East Alabama, up there. I don't know if it's Anniston, Oxford, somewhere up there. Ravin says, welcome back, PT. I know where you're coming from on that, man. We've seen that a few times. Not necessarily today, but yeah. And then we get Sam H with the Razor comments. Sam H and I think it's Cassidy P. Love calling him Razor from that 80s movie. It's good stuff. I didn't know that right off. Looks like they've changed quarterbacks, maybe? That's a big boy there. But Auburn not having too much trouble getting him down. Gage Keys in there. Affecting the play. Eugene looks like he may have made the stop there. Yeah, I feel like a stranger. It's definitely a new quarterback. Langford, they had number 10 in there earlier. Now, this play right here, Auburn really swarmed to the ball. That's something. There's Trill Carter playing a little bit there. Auburn really swarmed to the ball on that little screen, or if it might have been a little bubble or something like that. They kind of screwed up, though. But Auburn's defense was all over that. Nice play. Zeke Walker and Trill Carter on that. Well, Trill Carter was kind of on the backside of that. 3rd and 3 is what Alabama A&M's facing right now. TJ Thickley. I like it. And Chaz just says, fire Gus. I love it. Well said, sir. Auburn fans are kind of like, what do we do here? Bobby Jamison Travis getting in there for some snaps. They really are rotating quite a bunch. Quite a bit, I should say, up front. Oh, let's see what they rule this. Are they going to say that's a fumble, or are they going to say that's a incomplete pass? Okay. So 3rd and 3, incomplete pass. They're going to have to punt this bad boy. That's good coverage, man. I mean, he's right on him. I don't know. That's a tough one, guys. I could see that being a fumble too, but either way, it's fine. They're going to have to punt. Ooh, Auburn got kind of close to that ball. Keontae was like, please give me an opportunity to return this. Please. No soup for you. All right, so Auburn's going to take over. First possession, touchdown. Second possession, touchdown. Third possession, touchdown. Fourth possession, punt. Punt only because Peyton completely missed a throw where Dre was like wide open by 5 yards. Again, we've seen this story before. But let's not give him too much trouble. He's been pretty damn good tonight. Although the numbers are not, my numbers that are posted here are not quite accurate at this point, but that's all right. No big deal. We got Rico Walker in there at tight end. Oh, nice little, see, Peyton can run the football. Got about 9 yards out of that. 2nd and 1. Rico Walker still in there. Malcolm Simmons in there. Oh. Up and over for Sir Hunter. Literally went over that homie. Says, what's up, man? Wop, wop, wop. That might be on SportsCenter tonight. What a play, man. That was nice. Malcolm Simmons. Little drag route underneath. And gets the first down. Another first down, I should say. 1st and 10 now for the Auburn Tigers. Malcolm playing a bunch. You know, I didn't know that he'd be playing that much. I thought Robert Lewis would be playing more, but I told you guys before the game, he gets open, man. Malcolm gets open. And usually you say that about guys that aren't very fast, but Malcolm gets open, and he's also extremely fast. So, like, he could be a real weapon. There were a lot of folks, not necessarily me because I didn't see him play in high school, but I think Caleb and Jason Caldwell were talking about how this guy was a real undercover stud, that when they signed him, you know, he was kind of like a 3-star or something like that. But they felt like he was really, really good. And he's showing out tonight, man. This could be a targeting situation. Are they reviewing that? I mean, I don't think this was malicious, but, well, kind of. Yeah, Spicy P thinks that's targeting, and I have to agree, man. I don't think it's malicious. I really don't, but I just think it's hard to play defensive back or linebacker in this league. You know, you're just trying to stop a guy, and when he's got the ball and he's in the open field, I mean, you're just doing anything you can to slow him down, and sometimes, you know, you launch, and people get pissed off. Tim the Toolman Taylor thinks that's targeting. Wizard Dragon says targeting on Monday, LOL. It's a little Smoke Monday reference there. I like that. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Can't get into that too much, but haven't heard back from Hunter yet. Haven't heard back from Hunter yet, so I wonder where that... Oh, I know what it is. It's the other... A whale driver said he thought that Simmons looked like his legs wobbled a little bit. I agree. It looked like he was a little... I mean, hell, he got struck in the dang on head. It happens like that sometimes. And Tim says, I'm glad Simmons is good. That was a lick. It really was. I think that's going to be targeting, fam. I agree. I think it's going to be targeting. I don't think it was malicious, but I think it's... Hornatius thought it was malicious. He's just trying to make a play, but... yeah, I mean, the rules are what they are. I mean, that's targeting. So, doesn't matter. You got to do better than that. EPW says he gone. Yeah, I think he's going to get one of these right there. The player is disqualified. It's confirmed. The player is disqualified. Oh, we didn't get to see him. We didn't get to see him get the heave-ho. Those happen sometimes. He's like, damn it, man. I thought I would be able to hang out here. He's from Montgomery, Alabama. He can't be related to Cam Petway because Cam played in Prattville. Cam lived in Montgomery. I don't think that pass is open. I think that was drawn up to go to 18, but it wasn't open. Trying to get one to Sam Jackson the fifth right there. Sam's an amazing kid. Super, super cool. I think of all the kids on this team, there's a lot of really good ones. He might be my favorite to just hang out with and talk to. Just a really, really cool kid. Second and goal is what we're dealing with here. Peyton Thorne, little keeper, gets it down to the 4. Damon says, you know who I blame for that? Smoke Monday. Hell yeah. Why not? Good to see you back here, bro. Thanks for being with us on the show. Again, Damon's been with us a long time here, too. I feel like it's just like a big family, you know, the brain drain. By the way, I don't think Chipper, he may not be in the chat anymore, but Chipper makes these brain drain cups, and I got one here that says Commodore on it. There's a lot of Swoogans out there. I know Alpha's one. Chris M is one. Spicy P is one for sure. Oh, no, I take it back. Oh, guess who it is with the tutty.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Play it. Wait, why am I not getting any playing?
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Why am I not hearing? understand. I'm getting some malfunctions on this. All right, so anyway, it's a touchdown from Peyton to my man Dre Lambert. Peyton is now 6 of 10 for 158. He looks like he's giving him hell. And that's, whoa. Whoa. I think that's 3 tutties now, right? Yeah. I'm just going to go to PT here. You guys know who it is. Oh, look at this. Fat Crack jumps in. Oh. We're going to hit that again.
Super chat.
Fat Crack, my man. Back with a super chat. Says, let's go JGT sipping on some Knob Creek 18-year. Whoa. Look at you. Can't hide money. To start the season, WDE, sir. Glad to have you here, bro. And Auburn hits the extra point. And it's now going to be 28. Nothing Towns Magoo has 4 points already. Filling in for Alex, who's been out with, some issues. Physical issues. Not football issues. Ornacia says, Thornton could have made a better pass, guys. Yeah, Dre Lambert was a little bit open on that one, wasn't he? Still got 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. The Auburn Tigers are up 4 touchdowns. Not bad. Let me get these, if we got any, let's see. Jarquez is now 2 for 49. This is just like some, let's be real, guys. It's like playing college football on fucking amateur, right? I know Damari's got at least 1 carry today. 1 for 4. Appreciate you guys working with me tonight because I'm a little bit behind. My TV here is definitely behind and my computer's semi-behind. Terrence says, what was the line on this game? So the line on the Missouri game was, I think, 49, so that's probably approximately what this one was. But I don't know the answer to that, honestly. I can actually look that up. Let's do it. The line was 49.5. Yeah. There were actually some bookies had it at 48. So somewhere in that high 40s range, yeah. Tim says we got to keep Towns forever. Yeah, he's good, dude. They fought really hard to keep him. Look at that, Robert Woodyard getting in there, really getting some of his first run of his career. Now he's still pretty young, but a young man that Auburn flipped from the Mobile area, flipped him away from Alabama and signed him. Is D Lucky in the chat? Is that right? Is D Lucky here? He is. Who is the backup kicker? We might need him tonight because Towns, because his leg might be getting hurting, huh? I don't know the answer to that. I guess Ian would be the next guy. Ian Vachon, like a walk-on kicker. I see him warming up with the guys and stuff at practice. I guess he would be the next guy. Keldrick Falk with a tackle there. I don't think it was a sack. It might have been a tackle for loss. No, that's a sack. There you go, Keldrick. Young man from Highland Home, Alabama, making the most of his considerable athletic potential. D. Lucky says, Wizard Dragon, we need the backup. I like it. I like that. Oh, man, they can't run the football. They just can't run it. Now, again, Auburn being able to enforce itself the way it is against Alabama A&M is not in and of itself a big deal. But so, hold on. Were J-Mac and Key, were they playing together on that last snap? It sure looked that way. I would be interested to know that because those guys technically play the same position, but maybe if you are playing Key, maybe you're using him as your third down rabbit guy. Throwing out ideas here. Got a little bit of a break here in the first quarter. Pretty good quarter for the Auburn Tigers, I would say. I mean, Cleveland Brown says, what a quarter, and he's right. I mean, hey, man, you got to give him credit. I know it's an undermanned opponent, but you guys, we've all been watching Auburn for a while now. They don't always handle it this well, right? Well, yeah, we can say that. Mexico State, they're probably better than A&M, but they don't always, Jacksonville State back a few years ago with Rock Thomas, hasn't always been like this for Auburn in these games, right? Let me get some of these third down stats updated real quick. Third down for the Auburn Tigers. They are 1 of 2. And the bad guys are 0 of 5 on third down. I think that DJ Durkin is going to be happy with that. He'll be happy with those numbers right there. A lot of good things going down. Two touchdowns for Dre now. One for Cam Coleman. One for Jarquez. So, good stuff going on. And Chaz, who's a mathematician, he says, at this rate, we'll win 112-0. These are my people. I love it. These are my folks right here. That's exactly how I feel about it. Raven says, when's the last time we had a 28-point quarter? Good question. I don't know the answer to that. Gus Bus, my man, says, where do you stand with Bruce's team? Where do you stand today with Bruce's team, JG? Really, really good. This is going to be a Final Four or bust type team. 12 scholarship players, 10 of them seniors, 2 deep everywhere. Got a lot of portability with guys like Denver, with guys like Tahad, who probably will play more shooting guard. Chaney can play 4 and 3. Miles Kelly can play 2 and 3. Denver can play 1 and 2. He's just got a lot of different matchups. I think Janai is going to play more 4 this year, with Turtle and Dylan playing more 5. I think it's going to be a really, really good team. And Sam H., I'm with you. He says best team Bruce has had, which I agree with. And for me, it's Final Four bust. Tim, the Toolman Taylor says, Chat GPT says we did it in 2021 in the third quarter against Old Mississippi. That's good stuff right there, Tim. Thank you. Hornatius, my man. I imagine this feeling is like what it's like for my wife when we make love. Already satisfied, and she ain't even got half of it yet. I love the guy, man. I think Hornatius is amazing. I don't know that that's true, but he's still really funny. I like it. Still haven't heard from Hunter yet. Now, remember, guys, this is Labor Day weekend. And Hunter is, he lives up closer to the water. He may be out on the lake. Chris M says, Chat GPT also says that Thorne has 7 fingers on each hand, so. Keontae is returning a punt, and he is going to get a lot of yards on it. And he is in the end zone. However, there's a flag down. Keontae does not know that yet. He may be wondering why there's such a muted celebration for his big run here. Still a hell of a play, but no, he's come to the realization now. Sad. Uh-oh, no. It's against Alabama A&M, and that means it's a...
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
There it is, man. So Keontae gets the punt return from the 40-ish. And there is a penalty on the play, but it's against Alabama A&M. Look at Sly Smith running ahead of him. He says, come on, bro, I got you. And Keontae gets a 60-yard punt return touchdown. The Auburn Tigers. Oh, he's walking right along. Oh, he's out of bounds. Oh, he is out of bounds, guys. He's a full foot width out of bounds. Oh, he's going to be so pissed. All right, we're going to take some points off the board. It's sad, guys, but we got to do it. If he could just have done like Chris Davis. God dang it. Hey, still a hell of a return, though. He gets, 60 yards on that? No, let's say he gets, 40 yards, excuse me. Let's see. Legit, my man, says we going to whoop some ass this year. Boy, I like to hear. I like it when you talk like that, bro. Bo was great, my man. Says, can't listen, but wanted to check in, guys. The stadium is rocking. We love Bo was great. Bo was great and had to overcome some hell scares this spring and summer. And he's overcome them like the freaking gladiator that he is. So happy for him and I appreciate you, bro. You know I love you. Peyton Thorne. Oh, he put the ball in Rivaldo's hands and he wasn't able to pull it down. It would have been a complicated catch. It was well defended, but it is what it is. I would not call that a drop. It's a really nice throw, but it is also well defended. So, 2nd and 10 is what I got. At the 21 going in. That's not going to work. He's trying to throw a comeback route to Caleb Burton, and Caleb Burton, somebody wasn't on the same page there. Hughes said in his press conference on Monday that he had 6 or 7 plays like this that really pissed him off. And that's the first one we've seen of this game where they're just not on the same page. And I there's no way for me to know who's responsible for that. So I won't even try. That doesn't stop Chris M from doing that, though. He says, what WTF was that, Thorne? It could have been him. I don't know. 3rd and 10. Rivaldo catches the ball in a drag, but he's going to be 2 yards short. This could be a Towns-Magoo situation. Not the worst thing ever to let Towns get a field goal. I'm watching it kind of like the replay of the way this works. It's a nice tackle by number 12 on Alabama A&M. If he doesn't hold up and wrap up, that's going to be a first down. But it looks like Hugh, with the way he's reacting on the sideline, is that he's getting on Caleb Burton for that miscommunication. So I guess we can lay that one at Caleb Burton's feet. Towns-Magoo gets one of those. There it is, 3 points. And the Auburn Tigers now at 31-0 in the second quarter of this ball game. Terrence asked earlier what the line was on it. It was between 48 and 49, so they're on par with what Vegas expected from the Auburn Tigers so far. Still got a long way to go. We probably won't have these number one offensive players in there forever. So we'll see when what we see, if they go maybe 2 more series with Peyton or whatever. Hornatius, my man, says, we need to save Towns for later in the season. I love that, man. And also, Alpha says, why not practice 4th down play here? You could make the argument either way, but I think it's good to give Towns an opportunity to kick some field goals and get him, up to speed, I guess. Because who knows? Raven says Towns-Magoo, MCGOO. Those of you who grew up in Montgomery, like me, know that the Mazda dealership here used to be called Magoo. Not that way, but MCGOUGH, and you call it Magoo can do it, can do Magoo. That's what we used to say. Had somebody ask me recently how to say his name, which is a fair question. Collins, my man, who I absolutely adore on a personal level. We draining? Hell yeah, we are. We're only an hour and 38 minutes in, though. So it's we're still fresh. Still just getting started. Shane B says, has Robert Lewis been on the field yet? I don't know the answer to that. I haven't seen him because Malcolm's been playing a bunch there. Let me see if I can even see if he's been targeted or anything like that. No, he hasn't been targeted. It's hard to tell, like, if guys have been playing or whatever. So Malcolm started. It's just difficult for me to tell right now, if he's been in the game or not. Peyton is now 7 of 13 for 165. Oh, he's had a fine game, really. Aside from the really bad miss on Dre Lambert for a first down. It was a 3rd and 6, and he missed Dre Lambert, who was wide open. He had probably 5 yards of space, and he just overthrew him. John Stallworth, what a stud. That guy's a badass. I didn't know Robert Mathis went to Alabama A&M. That's pretty cool. He's a badass, too. Wish these guys are Raiders. Never had a chance to cover a Magic City Classic. I covered Alabama State. I was hired to cover Alabama State at the Montgomery Advertiser in 1988. And I got kicked off campus and had my credentials revoked before the Magic City Classic. So I never had a chance to cover it when I was an ASU writer. I enjoyed covering ASU. Ron Dickerson was the head coach. Ron Dickerson Jr. was an assistant coach, and a fine one at that. Let's see. Ryan says, I need the over. Ryan feels pretty good about this one. And Jackson 3, who I always respect when he comes up with this, you might as well just put it on the books. He says he was on the field talking about Robert Lewis on the overthrow to Dre. So there you go. Ryan also says he would like to see the defense get some points tonight. That would be terrific. Maybe this is a good opportunity to do it right here. Auburn, of course, up 31-0 in the second quarter. Probably putting some pressure on this offense, but they should probably just go ahead and, play their game and do what they got to do. There you go. Your first chance to look at Antonio Kite, a.k.a. Scooty, as he is known colloquially. Young man who transferred in from Alabama. They're showing Trill Carter actually on the replay, but number 8 is Scooty, who plays cornerback, plays outside. Top of your screen there. To me, I think he's going to be a terrific football player. It's interesting, a lot of defensive coordinators are not keen on switching out their cornerbacks, but it looks like DJ is playing a little bit. Maybe it's the fact that he's up 31-0, but so that's good. I like to see those guys get a little action. Let's see. All right, I haven't heard back from Hunter yet, so it means we'll probably try to get BMAT on here. And I know that Key Crawford made a play. All right, sweet. He's a transfer in from Arkansas State. Kind of, taller and longer than J-Mac, plays there alongside J-Mac. A pass rushing specialist for sure. Although in this situation, he's just a play wrecking enthusiast. What his job is there, 24. I like him, man. I like him. Good player. 3rd and 9. We got a flag on a play. DJ Durkin is not a fan of it. That penalty was away from the ball a little bit, so DJ's an interesting one, man. You see him on the practice field, and he is what's it called here? I don't know what this is, guys. I'm sorry. What am I missing? I don't know what I'm looking at here. I didn't see anything crazy, so I just didn't see it. I missed it. Trying a little bit of a sweep play there, and Dorian Mausey got all over that shit. Also, Robert Woodyard was there as well. I know that's just not going to happen. Auburn has done a really nice job, I think, of triggering downhill against the run and just absolutely nipping that shit in the bud. Done some good work. There's Charles Kelly there in the front, working right alongside of DJ Durkin. Two guys that have know a little something about defense and also know a little something about bringing some juice on the practice field. Auburn pressured the shit out of that screen, like kind of like a back throw screen. Or a throwback screen, I guess you could say. Solo Tigres' hands to the face. I didn't see it, man. Well, I'm not saying that you did either. It sounds like from the chat it was kind of a bullshit call. So, my man Rustin says the defense is flying around. We need flying around on here. We have a brain drainer and a bunk whose name is flying around. He loves that stuff. Yeah, Wizard, I'm not with that, brother. Oh, we got a helmet off. Off Sly Smith. All right, so it's third down. Sly had that defended pretty well, and they're going to have to go to 4th and 7 now. And I think you know what time that is. They're going to try to go for this, though. Good for them. They're at the 21 of the Auburn Tigers. And they're hopelessly behind at this point, 31-0. But they got to call a timeout. I'm surprised to see how often Jaron, I wonder if Auburn had to call a timeout here. Jaron plays closer to the line of scrimmage than I would have expected in this game so far. I mean, to me, Caleb is probably somebody you would want to play up more because Jaron's more rangy and stuff. But I mean, whatever. What do I know about it? AU Tiger 98 says Mausey has been all over the place. He really has been. He's been very, very active, and I like that about him. Oh, Love the Cat says they only had 10 men in the field. Yeah, that's probably, you don't want to allow that, right? Might as well play with 11, right? Runner 24 says they know Auburn has the nation's best field goal defense. Oh, D-Lucky, who was with us during the, D-Lucky, it wasn't just with us. D-Lucky was the star of our COVID shows. So he's flying around somewhere whizzing on somebody. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Boy, if you guys don't know the story on that one, it probably sounds a little bit weird. And even if you do know the story, it might sound a little bit weird. But let's see what I got here. I just got a text here. Oh, good news. Coach Hunter is in. I love it when Coach Hunter's in. Boy, they're stacking that line of scrimmage on. They're trying to bring some people. Key Crawford out there. Woodyard. Malik Blockton. You've definitely got your fast guys out there. As Rodney Garner would say, you got your rabbits out there. Sam H is story time, Jay. Sam, you know this story, G. I don't want to get too deep down in that rabbit hole because it gets a little foul smelling, if you know what I mean. I'm not trying to name any names, but when we did a COVID show, somebody just kind of randomly said, hey, man, do you guys sometimes randomly pee in your bed? And everybody was kind of like, no, not really. And then he was like, oh, okay, never mind. That's fine. Anyway, I feel like a stranger says he lives for Coach Hunter analysis, which of course we all do, and he'll be here. They're still going to try to go for this fourth down. They've been sitting on fourth down for like 3 or 4 minutes here, I swear. Looks like K and Lee's going to make himself a play and get this thing stuffed. Sam H is laughing. Yeah, that did happen, man. It was one of the stranger moments that we've had here on the Brain Drain. Nice play J-Mac really had the play on that. But KN just celebrating with his teammates, as he should. Playing his balls off today. Done a good job. So, Auburn stops A&M about, 4 yards short of the first down on that one. They'll take over around the 20, I guess, 20-ish. With about 10 minutes to go in the really nice breakdown by J-Mac there to not over-pursue, to just play it right. Did a nice job. Let's see. There's some people here who remember this. I think there are. I feel like a stranger was there. He says, "Bruh, I really was like all casually. I pee the bed, guys." I don't remember him saying that specifically, although he may have. And yes, as Feel Like a Stranger says, we were all like, "What? No, that is not something that happens." Oh, D Lucky says it also had his wife involved. Oh boy. Anyway, that might have been depending on how you look at it, the highlight or the low light of our COVID drains. We used to do this show during COVID when there was no football, and we just kind of talked and bullshitted about stuff and talked about pretty girls and all that kind of stuff, you know. Hell, it's been 4 years ago, guys. 4 years. Can you believe that? 4 years. I feel like a stranger said, "On my wife, dead." I didn't remember that part. But I'm the guy who's running the show, so sometimes I miss things. Also, Chad says 121 people watching. Wait, literally dozens. And only 21 likes. We've jumped up to 31 now, so thank you, Chad, for those extra 10 G. Yeah, that was a good time, man. The COVID drains were second to none. I can only speak for myself, but I felt very isolated at that point. I think a lot of us did, and so the shows kind of brought some fellowship. We were doing those on, was it Saturday nights? It was on Saturday nights. We may have done some midweek ones too because it got bad for me, but hopefully we never have to go through that again as a group. Shane jumps in with a well, hold on, I got a sound for that.
Super chat.
Do you do LSU games too? Anonymous Cody. Hell yeah, we do. Glad to have you here, Shane. Appreciate that, bro. And Sam apparently gets what the reference is there. I kind of missed that one. But, yeah, Diego says COVID drain equals mental health treatment. Yeah, it kind of was, man, for me and for y'all to some degree. I don't want to speak for you guys, but I love they included Jarquez on that list. That's good. He definitely belongs there, in my opinion. Carson Beck had himself a day, though. The Georgia quarterback. I was obviously pulling for Clemson, as any good Auburn person would do. But unfortunately, Dabo's team not quite ready. All right, there's Perry Thompson's first Auburn catch, and it's for a first frickin' down. There he is. So that's good. We'll drop a 3 for Perry. Oh, snap. Peyton Thorne going for... Oh, it's Perry. Oh, he's not even trying. He's not even trying.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Perry Thompson. Touchdown right there. A long one, too. That was probably another 50-yarder. Let's see. 82-yard drive. Shit, I can't see how long the actual play was. My bad. 70 yards. Well, good for Perry. That's great, man. He gets 2 catches on this drive, and they're both nice. One for a first down, and the other, I guess, for a first down. 70-yard first down. I wonder if Freeze is going to get on him for kind of jogging in the end zone. Obviously, he was good, and he was going to make it, but nah, that's fine. He won't get in trouble for that. Peyton Thorne, 9 of 15, 247. Wait, it can't be 9 of 14, right? You 9 of 15? 9 of 15, 247, yeah. And 4 tutties. And we still got a long way to go here in this second quarter, for real. I just updated it, Daniel. Appreciate you keeping an eye on me, bro. That's what we got to have. Moby Alum jumps in with a,
Wow, what a super chat.
says, is Deuce to the game? The answer to that question is yes, he is. He's there with Chroma and Name Offered and Melendez, the linebacker who was formerly the Miami commit. I'm a big fan of that one. I think he's going to be like a weak side money, what we call a money backer in the Kevin Steele parlance. Griffin Speaks with a tackle there on special teams. Griffin Speaks, backup safety, but number 1 in your heart. Nice play. Justin Jones with a play there too, looks like. That's great, man. Jeremiah Wright out there, running out there to congratulate his teammates. You'd like to see it. You'd love to see it. Oh, my God. I missed a super chat, didn't I? Good God. How in the world?
Wow, what a super chat.
There he is, Collins M., who I shouted out earlier for being an absolute stud. I love this guy. I don't know how I missed the super chat. I'm sorry. Says we are beating the crap out. We're beating the crap out of the Bulldogs. $0 to Gus. My friend Matt, who's the Oklahoma fan, he was like, I don't know, UCF might be able to sneak in this. I don't think he really knows like who the coach of UCF is. He's like, UCF might be able to sneak into this playoff. I go, it's fucking Gus, dude. Like, hold on, man. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Collins M., thank you, brother. You have been so supportive of me personally, of what we do at auburnsports.com. Yeah, I can also say he provides peanuts for every time we have an event. He's always adamant about sending peanuts so people can enjoy that. And his peanuts are freaking amazing, too. So, anyway, that guy's a stud, and I thank him very much for that. Appreciate that. Let's see. Brandon J. jumps in. He 2 super chats with the same message, which is we're always cool with that.
Super chat.
He says, JG, you're a righteous dude. We all adore him. We think he's a righteous dude. We need to. I need to get that sound bite for any time that Damari does something, because he really is the Ferris Bueller of this team for sure. All right, we're back. 3rd and 8. They're gonna try to go deep. Kay and Lee is all over that dude. Oh, they're gonna. I didn't mean it like it's a penalty, but they did. And he hangs his head in shame as he was penalized. Sad. Okay, so his left hand may have done something there, but I'm going to be honest, guys. My eyes aren't good enough to be able to see this. Man, that is that's a tough call right there. I don't see it, guys. I do see the wide receiver kind of put his hands and like leaning back. So if I was a ref, maybe I would see that and think that he was getting pulled back. But on the replay, I don't think he was doing that. Brandon, appreciate the super chat, G. Little quarterback draw there. I like that. That's a play that I would like to run if I was an offensive coordinator. Gets about 4 yards on it. There is Fanaje Gote, number 38, a young man that transferred in as grad transfer from Maryland. Played for DJ Durkin. I wasn't sure. He came in late, so I wasn't sure how he's going to work his way. And there's a Morris Williams right there, number 10. Young man from North Carolina, true freshman. And he is like I said, he's very well built for somebody his age. He's a very strong and sturdy young man. Boy, that quarterback was about to get his head bashed in right there, but he gets the ball off and nice completion. Terrence says JGT with a low definition TV. First of all, you're 100% correct. Second of all, my eyes are not great. They weren't ever great because I was born cross-eyed, honestly. And had 3 surgeries when I was a kid, and then my eyes were good until I was about 15, and they started kind of lapsing. I have been wearing glasses since I was in my 20s. So honestly, dude, I don't see great, but that's why I have y'all here, because you can see better than I can. Moby alum with the
Super chat.
it says, JG, will we see Hank in the second half? We might see Hank in the first half, but yeah, we'll definitely see some Hank Brown. I'm excited to see it. I always feel like Hank, first of all, I like Hank. If he could if he was a little more, yeah, you're going to die. If he was a little more mobile, I would like him more. He has a good arm. I think his decision-making is good. So I like him. And, he was the Liberty guy that came over. He was committed to Liberty, and he came over with free. So it was kind of like my expectations were kind of low. But, I don't know, he's pretty good. I just think he sails balls too often when I'm in practice. He just kind of gets the ball a little high. And there's something weird about his throwing motion to me that makes me think it's going to be high a lot. But we'll see. Interesting front here. What in the world is that? Who's number 3? I don't know who that is. Oh, and that's 9. It's Eugene Asante. Oh, my God. I bet his fingertips touched that ball. Eugene dropped into coverage there, and then I swear he was going to get his hands on this ball. Oh, no, he didn't touch it, but it was pretty close. Spicy P says our secondary is bad. It's got to get fixed. Man, I don't know about that, bro. I thought they played pretty well tonight. Can's been pretty good. Jaron, I haven't really noticed him as much. Caleb, I haven't noticed him as much. I've seen Sly more than I have Caleb. And then we saw Kite a little bit. I haven't noticed Keontae, which if you're a cornerback and you don't get noticed, it's probably good. Who is this at the bottom of the screen? Is that Spooty? I can't see the numbers. No, that's 8. Yeah, that's Spooty. Still getting used to some of these rotations. I think DJ likes to rotate more than anybody we've seen at Auburn from a defensive perspective. Yeah, Rustin, I was just saying that. Yeah, they've rotated so many guys in the secondary already. They really are. DJ's big on that, I think. Now, cornerback, I don't know that he could do a ton of that because he's really only got 4 he feels good about. I mean, KN, Keontae, Kite, and maybe JC, although he's going to be frustrated with JC for not picking off that ball earlier. And maybe we'll see some Amon Lane. Maybe we'll see some Jay Crawford, number 23. I bet we will by the time we get in the second half of this game. But, I mean, at this point, guys, 38-0. Shit. Let's just get some young guys playing time. He's going to kill him. You'd like to see Kane maybe play the ball a little bit better there. But coverage is pretty good with Sly Smith there as well. They've been trying to pick on Kane, haven't they? They haven't messed with Keontae as much, which I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to mess with Keontae either if I felt like he was 100%. There's Sam Jackson, number 18. That's probably Caleb Harris, isn't it? My bad. I'm so used to seeing, like, when you're on a practice field, blue means offense, white means defense. So, oh, they kicked a field goal and got it. So, there we go. There goes the shutout. Austin McCready, not related to Neil McCready, gets the 3 points for them. I feel like I should play this, even though I only do this for touchdowns, but I'm going to do it for a field goal because for them it's basically a touchdown, right?
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face, I don't like your jerk-off behavior, and I don't like you jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
SR71 says JGT putting on his lipstick. I love some chapstick. This is one of the few chapsticks I still have left from Linda Pond, who gave me a whole sack of them back in 2018, I think. Linda's a photographer who works for Inside the Auburn Tigers. Worked with Mark Murphy and Jason for a number of years. And she's awesome. And she got her finger broken at the 2014 National Championship game. She got hit by a player going out of bounds. You know what she did when she broke her finger? She fucking kept working. She's a legend. She's a badass like that. Mobile alum with a
Super chat.
thank you for the super chat. I think that's like 4 for her tonight. It says, what the hell happened to Clemson today? And Florida just sucks. Yeah, I mean, Florida just sucks, period. Clemson, I don't think they suck, but like they just got beat. Like that was a 6-0 at halftime, and then they come out. Georgia does touchdowns on 4 of their first 5 drives of the second half, and like I didn't like that one. Guys, there's just no situation where I'm pulling for Georgia. I'm telling you, like Georgia against Al Qaeda. I'm like, I don't know, guys. Let's talk about it. You know. Web W, my man. What's up, G? He says chapstick is important. It sure is, man. I know we're in a time of the year where you're not necessarily thinking about dry lips as much, but for an old man like me, it still is a problem. So, Hornacia says he also gave me a sack full of balm. Yes, you gave me a balm sack. And yeah, I'm just going to leave it there. I thought you were going to jump in when we were talking about flying around a little bit. I thought that would have been right up your alley. Let's Spicy P says, this is our first 4 passing touchdowns game since 2019. Let that sink in. It's 5 years. 5 years, man. Webb says he hates Georgia with a passion. Yeah, I think that's something we can all kind of agree with. I mean, the thing for me is, like, I got friends over at the UGA sports site, Roddy and Dash and Paul and Trent. They're good dudes. I like them. When we go to the Rivals events, I hang out with them. I like them. I appreciate them. They're good dudes. But, man, I fucking hate Georgia. I just hate them, dude. I cheer against them every minute. Every freaking minute. And this will probably be clipped and on their website and say, look at this Auburn mod. Says he hates us. LOL. He's jealous of us. Like, no, I'm not. I'm just Fozzie? Really? The guy's been doing a hell of a job. I haven't heard a word. Yeah, I just don't like Georgia. There's some teams out there that I'm just never going to like. Georgia, never going to like them. Duke, never going to like them. Tennessee Volunteers, never going to like them. Like, there's no situation where I like Tennessee Volunteers since Pat Summitt died. One of my favorite people ever to interview was Pat Summitt, and I love Pat Summitt. She's a very nice woman, outstanding coach. But she's gone, and Kelly Harper's gone too, I consider her an Auburn Tiger because she coached here and she met her husband here. So that's basically an Auburn girl, from my opinion. She got fired, and she shouldn't have been. But whatever, we're getting off. It's 38-3. What am I going to talk about? Peyton's still in the game. 1st and 10 from the 25. I sure hope this is an opportunity for my guy Jeremiah to play. Let's see who got the carry here. No, it's Jarquez still, which I respect. It's fine. He's a starter. Braden Joyner in the game at left guard. Take a look at this offensive line. Bryce Kane, number 6, is in there a little bit as well. There's got to be some... Got to be doing some rotations at right guard, maybe. No, not yet. I saw somebody out there I didn't recognize right away. Uh-oh, we're getting a big play here. Cam Coleman's about to make a big catch here. Oh, they're playing Chambers at right tackle. That's who it is. Just probably, just changing things out. I mean, he's a transfer. They probably want to see what he can do here. It's a good 20, 25-yard gain for Cam Coleman. And the next play goes to Caleb Burton for another nice gainer, about 8 yards. That's Cam's second catch of the game. Second and 2 is what I've got. He throws a slant to Caleb Burton. You better get the fuck away from that guy. Oh, everybody's going to give him hell for that, man. Bro, you got to be faster than that. Oh, my God. There's Not Salty right there. I'm in Nashville, too. Can't stand Tennessee. I can't stand him either. My high school girlfriend, who I usually really like, she's a Tennessee graduate. And she was talking some smack on Facebook earlier today about how they're going to be good or whatever. I was like, they're not going to be good. Fucking fuck Tennessee. Poppy Clan, my man. What's up, G? I had a chance to meet Poppy Clan. Once upon a time, he says, yo, 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 in the house. What's up, JG? Glad to see you, Poppy. Glad to have you here. Caleb Burton's going to get endless amounts of shit on the bunker for that, for not being able to get. I mean, he had like a 5 or 6 step head start, and he got caught like in 5 yards. Like, oh my God. So, yeah, that was just not good. No, that could have gone better there. Uh-oh, little touchdown from Peyton Thorne rushing the football.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
It looks like a split zone action. He just kept it. Well, it wasn't traditional split zone. They were kind of using the motion wideout to create that action, but that's still a nice play. Peyton Thorne can run the football. I mean, I know we're playing Alabama A&M, so I'm not, we're not trying to draw any conclusions from that. But, I mean, I think against some of the good defenses, he can run the ball too. I mean, he ain't Nick Marshall, but he's pretty good. And Towns Magoo puts that bad boy through. So it's 45-3 now. And we're feeling fairly content. I feel like it's been a minute. Well, hold on. Now, Auburn beat the hell out of UMass, was it, last year? First game of the season. And then we got to the Cal game, and it was like, oh, shit. Remember, we had to have the big catch from Rivaldo to avoid catastrophe in that one. But, yeah, they're playing some good football, man, honestly. Yeah, Sam H. remembers. He says Thorne ran the ball against Georgia last year. He's a good athlete, he is, and he's a good leader. I just felt like maybe he was just a little overwhelmed last year or something. I don't think he was put in the best positions by Hugh Freeze, and that's one of my big criticisms with Hugh is that the offense last season I thought was kind of a fucking mess, and like at some point you got to put your foot down and say, I'm going to make sense of this. It's my job to do that, and instead he kind of started recruiting, and I was like, what are you doing? But he may have thought it's first season. We're kind of fooshed anyway. My wideouts guys, seriously, look at them. They're no good. This is last year. And he may have just kind of, so that is what it is. But his wide receivers now are much better. Oh, update stats, please. I am on that right now. Thank you, A. Robinson. I'm on it, bro. All right, so Peyton is now 12 of 18 for 314. And let's see, were you saying getting it or going at it? Going at it. No, I don't think it didn't look like they were going at it. I think they were just talking. I've seen him go at it before. He was going at him earlier. I don't think he was doing it this time. Jarquez now has 4 carries for 53. I can't hear him, but Hugh Freeze is talking. What are we looking at here? Let's see if Damari's been updated. Damari still has the 1 of 4. Peyton has, for what it's worth, 3 carries, 18 yards, 1 tutty. And on third down, Auburn is 1 of 3. They're 1 of 8. All right, that's pretty well updated, A. Robinson, my man. No, Coleman actually has another catch. My bad. Let me update that. He's 2 for 62 now. There we go. Now, also Perry has a couple catches, and he might have 3 catches actually. No, Perry's 2 for 82 and a touch. So it's also something to consider. Alabama A&M, by the way, is on the 3rd down now. A 3rd and 5-ish. 3rd and 7. Okay, we'll take that. Auburn has an opportunity here to be able to stick one into the end zone if they're able to get a hold here and maybe flip this field a little bit. Their quarterback had to throw one of those Aaron Rodgers sidearm passes, but he's not quite Aaron Rodgers, so he wasn't able to get that completed. So it's going to be a 4th and 7, and the Auburn Tigers will have an opportunity to field this ball anywhere near the 45 away and maybe get some return yards and get this into a situation where they can at least Towns Magoo it, or maybe just stick it in the end zone. Who knows? 45-3. The line of this game was 48-49. So let me rephrase that. It was a 48 or 49 point margin for the Auburn Tigers. So you guys are doing some funny stuff in the chat. I love it. Best chat in the game right here, I'm telling you. People don't realize that. That's their problem. Austin McCready, no relation to Neil. Booted that ball out of bounds to avoid Dre Lambert. And or maybe it was Keontae, I'm not sure. Yeah, it was actually Dre Lambert. So he fielded that at the 47 and the 46 of A&M. So good opportunity here for a little bit more. Not salty. It says, best thing about this season, JG, we don't have to have a dropped pass counter. Well, we don't have any yet. And if we end up with this game, if we get the 3rd quarter with no drops, might as well just kill it. I'm open to any ideas about what we could replace it with, though. We ought to have something in that little spot. Terrence also notes something about the 2-minute warning, which they're actually referring to as the 2-minute timeout. But, yeah. Sam H. asks, where did Lambert come from? He was at Penn State last year. Well, he had been at Penn State the whole time, so transferred in a little bit late. But, yeah, he's been really good. A. Robinson says we need to always have the drop counter for terrible memories. Just to kind of help us remember where we came from, right? That's probably a good idea. Ryan D., who had some good stuff to say earlier in the game, we love having him here, drops a
super chat.
Appreciate that, brother. No message offered and no message needed. Glad to have you here, G, and I hope you're going to be with us going forward as we go to the Cal game next week, the New Mexico game, and then the hated Arkansas Razorbacks with a defense run by former Auburn Tiger Travis Williams. Maybe we should try to get Antarius Williams on here for that game, because I used to always joke that this is back when Travis was playing here. Him and Antarius played together, or AT. Travis was middle linebacker and AT was the weak side backer, and I always say, "Are you guys brothers?" And I would fuck with him all the time doing that. And AT always took it well, but Travis struggled sometimes with it. It was like, why are you doing that, man? I don't know, man. Let's see. Daniel says, JG, how do you feel about A&M this year? You predicting W or L for us? So when we were doing our show on Tuesday, I said that was going to be I felt very confident that was going to be an Auburn win. And then some folks on the bunker, I'm trying to remember who it was that was giving me trouble about it, that said, hey, man, you need to be a little careful about overlooking A&M. Peyton Thorne, fuck. That is a drop, guys. That's a drop. We got to put it on the board, man. That's a Rivaldo Fairweather drop. Drop. We need to get that Beastie Boys sound on here. Hopefully, don't have to play that a lot, but yeah, that's a drop. Great throw from Peyton on that one. Should have been a first down, easy. 2nd and 10 is what the Auburn Tigers are doing. Looks like Peyton's going to get away running the football here. The way that handoff went, I think that was a designed run. But it could have been a read. I don't know. But regardless of what the deal was, he got away, and he's got probably 30 yards on that run. Telling you, the guy's a fucking athlete, man. Auburn's got a 1st and 10 at the 16. 1:41 to go. Plenty of time. There's Robert Lewis. Gets a catch right there for like 6, 7, 8 yards, something like that. A little quick out to the right side with Damari in the backfield. All right, so 2nd and 2 now from the 8. Well, we call it the long 7. Ron Bramlett would say. Curious to see if there's going to be a run play. That's what this formation looks like. It's going to be a play action. A little overthrown to Robert Lewis. I think if that's Cam or Perry, that's probably caught, but he's a little shorter. Uh-oh. Wizard D thinks that's a drop right here. I think that's too high, brother. Spicy P says, I absolutely love that we're running offense and not taking a knee like Gus would have. What are you talking about, Spicy? It's pretty big. Get reps in where you can. I'm with you on that. I don't know. I think Gus would be pushing here, though. All right, we got a 1st and goal at the 2-1, somewhere in that range. With 1:15 to go, they're going to go ahead and stick it in here. At that point, they're going to probably kind of start powering down in the second half, but whatever. Still going with pretty much first teamers all across the board on offense right now. I know what that means.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
That's a tutty for sure. That's Damari Alston getting in on just a kind of, inside run there. Getting some pay dirt, as the kids say. I'll tell you something about that, brother. All right, so Damari gets on the board. Jarquez has a touchdown, and now Damari does as well. Peyton has a rushing touchdown as well. So, pretty much a complete effort here so far from the Auburn Tigers, and they go up to 52 with the extra point from Towns Magoo. Magoo can do it. Can do Magoo. So, all in all, terrific first half. This is approximately what Auburn did in the entire game last year. And they've done this in the first half, but they are going to probably power down in the second half. Going to get Hank in there. They're going to probably run the football with Jeremiah and Justin Jones and Sean Jackson and just kind of grind them out in the second half. But, hey, man, some good things to talk about in the first half. They Defensively, for me, they've been playing intensely. They've been flying to the ball, as we like to joke about, but they have been, actually. I love that. They're like, here's the Auburn University Marching Band. You're like, yeah, they do a great job. And they go, here's the Alabama A&M Marching Band. Everybody goes, oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Best part of covering the SWAC back when I did in 1998 was the bands, man. Take that shit real seriously, and they do a hell of a job. Alabama A&M's band, no slouch. I'd say Grambling State and at the time Southern were the best, but Alabama State, I think they've stepped up a little bit. But Auburn does a nice job too. Great musically. Obviously won an award for their Metallica rendition last year. I know Metallica was pretty fired up about that. Little For Whom the Bell Tolls. By the way, Metallica, if you're still here, I did see Jason Jones, defensive tackle, wearing a Ride the Lightning shirt maybe 2 weeks ago. And I was like, hey, man, that album means so much to me when I was a kid. I just grew up with that. And he looked at me like, what are you talking about? I was like, the fucking record on your shirt. And he goes, oh, yeah. He don't know it. He don't know it. Chris M says Alabama A&M going to win at halftime. They do bring it, man. The SWAC, by and large, take a lot of pride in their band performances, and they're very entertaining and awesome. I'm not sure that Prairie View does, or Texas Southern, but some of the other ones do, yeah. Dorian Mausi, again, in on the tackle there. Cleveland says, prediction, Auburn loses the halftime show. I like that. That's pretty funny. I like it. Fozzie Whitaker and Lowell Galindo doing a hell of a job tonight, in my opinion. And we're going to just wrap it up there. Looks like A&M's good to just let this one go to halftime. They just kind of run the ball inside. They get a little bit short of a first down, and they're just going to wrap it up. So with that, we go to halftime. The Auburn Tigers up 52-3. Let's take a look at some of these numbers. Total yards, 436 to 138. Pass yards, 322 to 123. Rushing yards, the Auburn Tigers had 114. The Alabama A&M Bulldogs 15. First downs, 14-7 in favor of the Auburn Tigers. Third down, 2 of 4. I'll go ahead and update this. 2 of 4, and then 1 of 9 for Alabama A&M. It's kind of good that Auburn, they barely get to third down very much. So that's pretty good. And DJ Durkin will be very satisfied with 1 of 9 on third down. He's going to feel like they got some shit done there. Solo Tigre says Fuzzy, who's doing color commentary on this one, was giving us a lot of love on radio interviews this week. I don't know what that means. I did not know this guy existed until this show, until this game. So tell me a little bit more about that. Is he like a radio guy like in Nashville or something? Or John, the J-Dub Wilson. You are not the real J-Dub, though, because my best friend Johnny's the J-Dub, as Troy Tiger would tell you. But anyway, I appreciate that you're a J-Dub as well. Will Deuce commit at halftime? I don't think so. But he could. Bob asked a question. JG, you gained a few pounds since last spring. I actually did. My mom died in April. She died on A-Day. I actually went to visit her in the hospital before A-Day, expecting to be kind of like check in on her and then go to A-Day. And then she was like in the process of dying at that moment. So I didn't go to A-Day. And I was real fucked up about it for like 2 months, literally. Didn't do much with the site or anything. I was just like trying to get my life back together. And in the process of doing that, I gained like 25 pounds, but I ended up knocking another 10 off, so I'm only 15 up. from where I was last fall, but I'm getting back down. I appreciate you taking some time to notice that, though. And also for wishing me well on my mom passing away. It's all good, though. She's in a better place. She's happy now. Because my sister died like 8 or 9 years ago, and she was wrecked over that. So I feel like when my sister died, she really wanted to check out anyway. So, and we're still going through this shit. If there's one thing I could tell you guys, dealing with my mom and all this after she passed away, please, for those of you who have kids and you're a little bit older like me, or you don't even have to be my age, but like, let's say you're 35 or older, put a living will together, put a will together, like get stuff situated so that your kid or kids, I only got one, that they can go through this stuff and not have to go through probate court like I'm having to do for my mom. I begged her. I was like, please, let's do this. Let's get a will together. And she was like, you're the only one. You're the only one alive. Like, you don't have to worry about any of this stuff. And I'm like, believe me, you have to worry about it. So if she just had a will, it would have been good. Fresh boy, I appreciate you, bro. And sorry for your loss, JG. Appreciate that. And also SR71 Blackbird, I know you know about that. I appreciate you always getting up with me about it. And I know that your mom passed away recently, and so many people on the bunker were really cool to me. And I know they were supportive of you too, SR71. That's one of those things, It's been really tough, and I'm still fucked up about it. We still haven't been able to sell our house because it has to go through probate court and all this shit. Anyway, we're talking about football today. But I appreciate you guys being there for me and all that kind of stuff. Crockett Poos has got to deal with the state stuff regularly at my job. It can get messy. It sucks. Yeah. And I'm the only kid. I'm the only living relative my mom had. It should be really easy. And it is easy, but it's slow. You know what I mean? Crocky Poo knows what I'm talking about. It's literally going to take 6 months to get this thing closed out and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, that's my request of you guys. All right, back to football. Goose Flat, who I absolutely adore, love this guy. Thank you for being here again. JGT, what do you think about the areas we've improved in? Wide receiver and DL is something I see vast improvement in. Another area I see improvement in is OL. What are your thoughts on our improvements? Great question. Definitely with only one drop tonight, and that was from Rivaldo, who's like the most bankable player on the whole roster. Huge improvements at wide receiver. They're getting open. They're catching the football. Peyton's been better in this game. I thought his decision-making's been really good. Actually, I think his decision-making has been flawless. He did miss a throw to Dre Lambert. A couple other throws I thought could have been better, but they were caught. He was let down the one time by Rivaldo, but I think Peyton's played a really good game. So wide receiver, big upgrade. I really don't want to get too far down the road with the offensive line because I don't think Alabama A&M is giving the kind of resistance that I'd like to see. I don't want to draw any conclusions about the offensive line right now. But I feel like from a play calling perspective and an administrative perspective, like getting guys shuttled in and out, the offense making sense to me, big steps forward there. It just looks like a better organization to me. Like there were a lot of fuck ups last year. That's like stupid shit where they would have substitution problems, couldn't get a play in, blah, blah, blah. Haven't seen that at all tonight. I feel like they look like a professional fucking organization. And that to me, that we didn't necessarily see that a bunch last year. We've got a
super chat
coming in from SR71 Blackbird. Says, time to take a very long sip from your drink to make the feelings go away. Dude, I'm like halfway there anyway, but yeah, I know you and I are kind of fighting this battle together, separately, but together. You know what I mean? It just kind of sucks for me. I don't know, man. I mean, everybody's got shit they're going through, so I'm not trying to say that mine's tougher. My mom gone, my sister gone, my dad lives in a cabin in Maine. He don't give a fuck. Like I just feel kind of. Yeah, anyway, talking about football. Daniel said, has Percy played yet? I've not seen him play. I have not seen him on the field yet. but he probably will at some point. Listen, it's time for us to get Hunter on the horn. And I'm going to pull up Skype, and we're going to get Hunter on the horn is what we're going to do. I have not spoken to Hunter since the spring, and I miss him because that guy's a badass. It's been 8 months since I've had Hunter on the horn. The last time we had Hunter on the horn was December 30th. Isn't that something? My goodness gracious. Well, I want to get him on the horn right now. So that's what we're going to do.
What's up, JG?
What up, Coach Hunter? How you doing?
Oh, man, licking my wounds a little bit, but, watching some ball right now and enjoying it.
We're just watching some Auburn football right now, though, right?
Yeah, man.
What are your general thoughts about what you've seen so far?
You got to take everything with a certain degree of analysis based on competition, but the mechanical operations on both sides are much better. One thing I remember you and I talked about, the receivers, the football IQ of last year's group and the number of times that they screwed things up, pre-snap, not knowing what route they were supposed to be in, whether they were supposed to be blocking or running, in the RPO game. That's drastically improved. That I've seen one mistake all night, and that was with Thorne and Burton early when Burton didn't get the pre-snap signal that it should have been a comeback, and then he was run blocking. So that those operations have been significantly improved.
That's what I was saying too. Yeah,
they're playing a ton of guys on defense, which I think is great early in the year. To establish depth, find a rotation. Been impressed with Mausi. That dude's a football player.
Yeah,
he's around the ball every freaking snap. You can see why he's got so many career tackles coming in from Duke. Some of the young defensive linemen look good. Glad to see Zeke Walker playing well, man. I feel like it took too long to get him to this point, but he looks good physically, and he's quick off the snap right now and playing with real violent hands. So he's a guy that could really make a difference at that three technique spot and some strong side defensive end if he keeps coming on. So that's a positive.
You're somebody who came up as a defensive coordinator, Hunter. Is it tough to rotate? I feel like a lot of defensive coordinators don't rotate a lot in the secondary specifically. Tell me about why that's such a challenge.
Rotation in the secondary is tough, man, because a lot of it's determined by tempo. If you're trying to get a guy all the way to the other side of the field to get him aligned correctly, get his eyes in the right place, and for him to get the call all simultaneously, it makes it hard. So a lot of times when you go with a group for a series, you're kind of locked in with that group for a series, and unless you want to burn a timeout or you have something that stops play. And so it's good that a lot of these young guys are getting out there and getting extended series in. Now you do see, they've only given up 3 points, but there are some things that they're going to have to dial in. The quick game has kind of exploited some holes in between the linebackers and the safeties a few times. A&M dropped a few passes, and they've hit a few passes there. Going to have to get better at that in terms of linebackers getting a little more depth in their drop, and those safeties being a little more aggressive coming down on the intermediate routes. You think about the way that Bowers hurt Auburn at the end of the Georgia game last year because the safeties weren't being aggressive attacking those routes. That same kind of thing. So you want to see that improve. But overall, I love the way this defense pursues and tracks the ball. They tackled really well in the open field. They fly to stuff on the perimeter every time they try to screen of any kind or the jet stuff. It's just gotten wrecked. Really like the way those guys are running around. And Durkin's in his toolbox early. He's shown a bunch of stuff on film already.
Yeah, do you feel like this – can you tell a difference with the way this defensive intensity is this year compared to Ron Roberts?
Without question. Just one – Roberts would do some exotic stuff, but it was either exotic or sit in something very basic. There wasn't a whole lot of middle ground to where, they were going to rush 3 and drop 8, or they were going to bring 6 and play man. There wasn't a whole lot of variability to his schemes and what he's calling. Durkin so far tonight has shown cover 0, fire zone, split field coverages, true zone, drop 8. He's really shown a lot. And it's a lot to be thrown at these, especially as many new guys and young guys as they're playing. but it's so great to get all that on tape early. You know, one, because you can evaluate it with your guys. Two, because you're making other teams prep for it.
Perfect. That's what he's doing, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the next few teams they got to play have to rep every bit of it, have to allot practice time to all of it, you know, to be prepared for it.
That's part of what he's doing, isn't it? He's trying to mess with them mentally.
It is. Yep, without question. And conversely, you know, Hughes vanilla ice cream right now. He is offensive side of the ball has been completely vanilla ice cream. They truthfully ran about 4 different plays.
They're just able to get open, right?
Yeah, well, I say 4 different plays. The balls go into different places based on the read they're getting from the defense. But as far as the actual concepts and the spacing, I'll tell you one thing they are doing a really cool job of. If you watch it, you've seen several times the slot receiver motion in or out on the same side of the ball. What they're doing is they're moving that receiver space in one way or the other to pull the backside safety away and get the backside corner isolated in man coverage. And a lot of times he stays outside leverage because that's where they started. So those big balls that have hit, like the one to Perry, and then the one to Cam Coleman early, there was some short motion in there that took the safety away, and it was a good little chess move.
So you're like widening out the safeties, and then you're taking advantage of the middle of the field, right?
Yeah, like if I'm saying I've got a slot receiver to the left and he starts halfway between the hash and the numbers, right? And at that point, the safety in the corner of that side of the field are bracketing in combo and playing 2 read, whatever. But then you motion him into a tight, and that where now he motions in and he's 3 yards from the tackle split. The far side safety has to be aware of him coming across the field on the glance or the post, and so that captures his eyes now. You know, it's a different read. It's forcing the defense to do a little something different. And it pulls him away from being able to cap the inside, to cover the inside of the backside receiver.
All right. That's just chess game, like you said, right?
It is, man. And it's something little, but it's something that puts the defense in conflict and makes things harder to handle.
What makes Malcolm Simmons such a bitch to deal with? He's a problem for them.
He's fast and he's full speed all the time. Well, I mean, he comes off the line, shot out of a cannon. He runs his routes fast. He's not afraid of contact. He's just a damn gamer.
Yeah, he's
from
that part of
very athletic game.
He's from that part of the state where a bunch of gamers are from. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
From the lake, you know.
Yeah, there have been a lot of Simmonses in that Tallapoosa and Clay County area that have played a lot of good football.
Yeah, well, you played a lot of good football too. I mean, you weren't at Alexander City, but you were on the lake, though.
Yeah, close enough.
That's what I call it. I think of Elmore County as a lake, but whatever.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Hey man, I'm so glad to have you back on the show again. It's been 8 months since we had you on the air, Hunter. That's way too freaking long.
Yeah, it is too long. You know, I tend to stay busy, bro.
I know you got a lot going on. That's cool.
But I love it, man. Love the bunker. Love the Auburn sports fam. Always appreciate you, dude. So anytime we can hook it up, we'll hook it up.
All right, brother. Appreciate you spending some time with us, Hunter.
Always, brother. Take care, JG.
See you, man. Bye.
See you.
There he is, Coach Hunter, the absolute legend that he is. Big time guy on the bunker. He posts his 148 as I posted here, as you can see on the below my visage there. Also, he is I don't want to give too much away, but he's a head coach here in the state of Alabama, high school head coach. And that guy knows football. He came up, his dad's like a Hall of Fame coach. He came up he played linebacker in high school. He played linebacker at Troy State. He's a tough sumbitch, and I don't think he would lose a fight to anyone on the bunker ever. So he's a very tough dude, but he doesn't necessarily go that way with you. He ain't out here trying to fight. We got a
super chat
from Mobile alum. Says it may not be blood, but you've got the bunker drain family. We love you, JGT, talking about my mom. And I know that you in particular, but other folks have also been super, super supportive. And I appreciate that from you in particular. And then, of course, everybody else as well. Because it really is a family. And we kind of lean on each other when things are not going well. And we try to support other folks, maybe when it's going well for me, but not for somebody else. And we got some stories to tell someday about some stuff that has happened off the board in the last 5 years. I could write a book about it. My wife, I hope she's not listening to this because she's always like, you need to write a book. And I'm like, I don't really want to do All right, so big thanks and big ups to Hunter for being Hunter and having an amazing call as usual. Let me see if I can pull up Kozan on here. Now, again, he is at a wedding, and we'll see if we're able to catch him. Uh-oh, I don't like the sound of this. I don't think that my Skype is really able to connect with him right now. Cam says, did Offord make it in? I believe so. Let me check with Caleb on that one. My daughter said, first Jag L is in the books. I guess the Jags lost today. Let's see. Troy is struggling. Oh, no. Troy's up 14-6 about to kick off in the second half. Yeah. And we got a Jag L in the books. Are they fixing to kick off the second half? Golly, I tried to catch up with Kozan, and I don't think it was connecting. Now, he had some concerns about being out there a little bit in the sticks, and he was concerned that we wouldn't be able to get through to him. He was hoping he could catch up with us. But it's not connecting with him, so we'll have to wait maybe until next week with Kozan on that one. I think he'll be back in Civilization next weekend. Love Alex Kozan. Great dude. One of my all-time favorite Auburn players to cover. So smart and just fun to talk to all the time. Yeah, for sure. I know there's another super chat here. Oh, Shane jumps in again with his third super chat of the show. Says, Mama Tay will always be swag. Thank you. Hey, hold on. Let me get that swag. Let me get that. I had to take it off my, I have a little thing here where I can do like the hotkeys. Right there. These are my hotkeys. And I used to have the Dion swag one on here, but I had to change it for the super chat one. But let me see if I can find the Dion one. That was amazing. I love playing that one. One of my all-time favorites. There it is.
Who is swag, baby? Who is? Oh, crime, preach.
Yes. Thank you, Shane. That's good stuff, man. Swag. Who is swag? Who is swag? I love that, man. That's one of my favorite things ever. Yeah, totally. All right, so we got Hunter 48 is who we got there at halftime. We weren't able to get Kozan, but we love Kozan, and we will get him next week for the Cal game. So, and the Cal game tells me it's always my wife's birthday. The Cal game last year was actually on my wife's birthday. This year it's just close. We're going to go see Beetlejuice for her birthday on Friday, and then we'll see what happens the rest of the weekend. So thank you guys for hanging out for our halftime show, and we will work on things as we go into the second half. Let's see. End Time News Network says, love you, JT. God is in control. Never forget that. I definitely agree with that. And that's what I say right here. God's got my back. He's got your back too. Not to get too religious on people. You got to kind of lean back on that at all times and know that you've got, wow, that was some great kickoff coverage right there. J.C. Hart involved with that. Justin Jones involved with that. Good stuff right here. Let's move ahead into the third quarter. And we'll see what kind of personnel we're looking at here. I would expect it to change up a little bit, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. They've been rotating a bunch on defense, so we'll probably be used to some of these guys. Oh, look at this, dude. 10-minute quarters. Wizard D catches up very quickly. Also, Alpha Tiger catches up very quickly. I think that's fair. I mean, honestly, we know where this game's headed, right? I know. Cleveland Browns is what? That's a thing now? I completely agree with you, bro. I mean, I understand where they're coming from, but come on, man. What is this? Feel like a stranger with a
Super chat.
He says, Jay, if you don't write the Pleather and Place, the Rise and Fall of the Haskins Clan book we discussed last year, I'm going to be sad. Pleather and Place. I like it, man. That's a great idea. Daniel D says, why 10-minute quarters? Because this game's a mess. It's basically like in softball when, you're up, whatever it is, and number 19 would know better than me. If you're up 8 runs or 10 runs, they just go to like a shorter game. I mean, guys, let's be real. I mean, what are we doing here? We're trying to score 100? This ain't basketball. Like, just score your 55 or 60 points and let's get the fuck out of here, Anonymous, what up, G? Oh, hey, what's up, Ryan? He says, never knew they changed the rule. I didn't either. Anonymous says, mercy rule, never heard of that. This is a first for me. I don't think I've seen this before. Like, honestly. Let's see. There was something. Diego says, Billy Napier's post-game interviews face looks like someone that went to Turkey. We call it Turkey A now, by the way. For a hair implant and didn't like the result afterward. I like that. Oh, we got a blocked punt. He can't see it. Touchdown. Oh, shit.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Hey, who would have thought that Malcolm Simmons' first touchdown would have been fucking special teams touchdown? That's amazing. How about that, man? Got a blocked punt. Malcolm Simmons wasn't sure where the ball was, but he found it and he got there very quickly, and that's a wrap, bro. And people were asking, hey, man, why are we knocking the quarters down to 10 minutes? Maybe that's your answer right there. Jeez Louise, man. Nobody wants to see a game that's this bad, I mean, like, it's fun to watch Auburn kicking ass and all, but, jeez, this game is just done. Austin McCready, not related to Neil, is in trouble there. My goodness, look at this. Runner 24 says, if he dies, he dies. Yeah, score 100. Sam H says fourth quarter might get canceled. Oh, man, this is fun right here. But at some point, like, it's just kind of like, I mean, guys, what are we doing here, right? Spicy P says we need to practice, though. And also Snobburn says, suck it, McCready. There's Spicy P saying we need to practice, though. Snobburn says, stuck it, McCready. And Tim says, this is ridiculous, LOL. It kind of is, man. I'm glad they're doing the 10-minute. They ought to have a running quarter in the fourth. Fourth quarter ought to be a running clock. Ed, honestly, I did not think you were going to be the guy who would reference the wrap it up button. But here you are, and I am very impressed. Little Chappelle Show reference there. That's awesome, dude. I knew you were older like me. I didn't know you were that hit. So good on you. Looks like the folks are not happy with this rule of going to the 10-minute quarters. I don't know. I did not know this was a thing. Honestly, this is news to me. So I don't understand. Spicy P says, are we going to be able to get Jay Head this season? Or is he fully on the other side of the other side now? Absolutely not. I've actually been texting with Jay Head, not during the show, but earlier today, I think it was, or yesterday. I don't remember. And he's definitely going to be on the show tonight. So we got that. We love Jay Head. I feel like he's part of our family. Jay Lee obviously does a show with him over on the other site. We love Jay Lee. We love Jay Head no matter where he is. So I mean, we can split him. And at the end of the day, I mean, Jay Head's an Auburn guy, and he wants to help me and Jay Lee. He's very, very generous with his time with both of us. So, yeah, he'll be here after this game, and we'll definitely talk it out with him. We love Jay Head. I love Jay Head. In fact, I was at the front porch in Troy 2 weeks ago. You know, Jay Head, when he was in college, he went to Troy, He was a bouncer at Front Porch, so I was sending him pictures of being at the front porch, and he was enjoying the pictures, I think. Let's see. William says, when was the last time the Auburn Tigers scored 70? Can somebody get on ChatGPT and figure that shit out? Spicy P says, we adore J-Head. I do too. He's a really, really good dude, and we're going to have him on the show after the game. He's a really high quality, in addition to being an Auburn dude, which we all like, and then also being great to talk. He can talk about football, basketball, recruiting. He's just a really, really good human being. So sometimes you just get lucky in life and you get to meet people like him and work with people like him. And so I'm always pulling for him. And I'm glad to have him here. And I'm also glad that he's with Jay Lee over there, too. There it is. By the way, I need to have like a formal. I think we need to draw up some kind of a formal agreement with us and On 3, because you think about it. Auburn Live, you got Jay Lee. You guys know he's like a brother to me, and you got Pink, who's like a younger brother to me. I love Pink. He's a really, really good dude, Cole Pinkston. And Hoke, is what he is, but I like Justin too. I mean, sometimes he's frustrating. I'm sure I frustrate him too sometimes, but he's a good dude. Caleb Harris getting in on the tackle. I like it. Caleb with a K. Let's see what we're doing. Gage Keys in there, number 95. Robert Woodyard playing, although he's been playing pretty much the whole game now. You got J.C. Hart playing cornerback. Jay Crawford is playing up top right now at cornerback. You got Sly playing boundary safety. No, he's playing free at this point. Probably got Caleb out there playing free safety. No. Couldn't see who was playing the other safety spot. So you've kind of moved down to like second group here. Melee says 69 points is still possible. Wait, do we have a sound effect for that? I think we should probably.
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, they got a little first down there. Terrence is concerned that NIL is going to eventually destroy programs like Alabama A&M. Like, if they endeavored to play at the level that Auburn, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, who the fuck ever else plays at, yeah, that's probably over. But, like, I'm not sure that that's really the goal. I think for them is to try to be great at the SWAC level and in some cases, at the FCS level. It seems like the SWAC teams tend to be more about like trying to win the SWAC and then maybe beat the MEAC in something rather than going into the playoffs. Ooh, that was a nice throw and catch, actually. J.C. Hart on the coverage there. Not terrible coverage, but Ravin, my man. Says, are we going to Little Italy for pizza and pitchers tonight? Hell yeah, we are. I love the sound of that. If we were Auburn students at this point, we'd be fucking stoked, bro. I'd be like, Chump don't want the help, Chump don't get the help. That's what I would be saying. Daniel says, Ole Miss is up 73-0. Who are they playing? Matt, God, great question. Says, JG, who do you like less, Hoke or Brad Law? I like both of those guys, actually. I buried the hatchet with both of those guys. It's a tough one to say. Who do I like less? Probably Hoke, but like I'm good with both of those guys, honestly. D, my man again. Chomp don't want the help. Chomp don't get the help. Chop dudes ain't got no brains anyhow. My man. Furman. There you go. Daniel D. Said that Ole Miss is kicking the absolute shit out of Furman. Those poor Paladins, they're getting pooped upon. It happens, man. That's a great game for me to poop on. Ed D., that's 2 times now. You picked up Airplane and you also picked up Chappelle Show, man. I did not know this was the thing. I didn't know you were this good. I speak, excuse me, stewardess. I speak jive. Oh, nice lick. Was that Caleb Harris? Who was that? Some of these down the depth chart guys, I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, it's Caleb Harris. Caleb with a K. The Hooters sang a song, Carla with a K. There's DJ Durkin. Hugh said something on Monday that DJ talks to his guys in the helmet with a walkie-talkie, which we haven't seen tonight. I don't know if they just changed that or he was bullshitting. I don't know. Runner 24 says Airplane is a true classic movie. God, how many lines in that movie can I spout to you? And you probably to me as well. It's an entirely different kind of flying. Oh, no. It's a big building with patience. But that's not important right now. Alabama A&M now in a situation where they may be able to get a touchdown here. Nice little crossing route. And they're down to, I don't know, the 5-ish, something like that. Also my Airplane when he goes, what a pisser. Yeah. All right, 1st and goal from the 2. A little closer in than I thought. This would be a good opportunity for Auburn's defense to kind of bow up. They're not going to get it on that run. No, sir. This is definitely second team guys for the most part. You got Kensley Lador-Faustin playing in there a little bit, true freshman, number 28. Jay Crawford is playing cornerback. He's probably the 5th cornerback or the 6th cornerback. So DJ's rotating liberally here. And I don't mean that in a liberal political sense. I just mean he's playing a bunch of dudes. Runner 24 says, the shit's going to hit the fan. Looks like a big Tylenol. Uh-oh, that's a... Oh, so sorry. Little pitch outside, and Eaglin was not ready for that. He was not ready for that. Rustin says, what did I miss? Had to go to the store at halftime. You sound like you're married. Auburn's been playing pretty well, yeah. And they're also doing 10-minute quarters, bro, which we're surprised by. If you're thinking to yourself, God dang, it's only 3:45, what happened? Like, yeah, they're doing 10-minute quarters. They should do a running clock in the 4th quarter, honestly. Like, let's just get this thing over with. We know what's going on here. Looks like I picked the wrong day to quit stiff and glue. Stu Pup, you're in too. I got you. Ed D also had that one as well. And Chaz Music had it as well. That's good stuff, man. Oh, man. So my dad was one of these guys back in the 80s. Oh, don't even call foul on that. Come on now. Okay, good. Back in the 80s, he was a tech guy. And so he got a RCA video discs. This is like 82, 83, something like that. He bought a video disc player, and then he bought 8 movies. And one of the movies that he bought was Shel Silverstein going to kick the field goal here. One of the movies he bought was Airplane. And so, this is long before, y'all young people, any kind of, video shit, where you could, there was no internet or anything like that. So I just watched Airplane over and over and over and over again. I bet I watched that movie 100 times on RCA video disc. That's their special teams coach right there he's talking to. He's been there 15, 20 years. Scotty P says, Laserdisc. Yes, sir. RCA Laserdiscs. My dad had, we definitely had Airplane. We had On Golden Pond. We had something like Technicolor Dreamcoat or some shit like that. I only watched it a few times. That one really, didn't do much for me. We had Willy Wonka. Oh my, holy shit! Have you ever seen a kick miss that bad from that distance? Fuck. Man, I feel bad for him, bro. That's not a shank. That's not a shank. I don't even know what you call that. He missed that by more than the distance. Oh, my God. Guys, I better ease up on the bourbon. I'm about to get Ole Miss drunk, and it's the freaking Alabama A&M game. Runner 24, he's been pushing this all night. Best field goal difference in the country. Auburn hanging in there.
They're 0 for 2.
Rustin wants to know what I'm drinking. I'm drinking this Blue Run that I bought at the Auburn ABC store. It's actually good. It's a high rye bourbon, which doesn't sound like my kind of shit, but I just like this bottle a lot. It was designed. One of the people who works for Blue Run is a former Nike design engineer, and this person was in charge of building the bottles, and they do a great job. This is a beautiful bottle. I know you're thinking to yourself, who gives a shit about a bottle? But it looks great, and so I thought I'd give it a shot, and it's pretty good. I like it. Let's see. We got some other stuff here. Vince says, great kick, Neil. Oh, I'm glad we're having fun here. Let's see. D. Lucky says, if the 10-minute quarters means Hank gets to throw the ball, I'm all for it. Yeah, I think Hank's going to be out here in this next quarter, right? Or this next possession, I should say. I got to believe that's going to be happening. Sam is pulling for Ole Miss drunk. I'm like pretty much there, guys. I mean, I'm like 75% of the way there. AU Taxman, my man. There he is. This thing on. We're glad to have him back. He's one of our absolute legends, one of the channel legends, and we love him. Absolute stud. Let's see. Rustin says that shit is expensive. Haven't seen that one before. Yeah, they all look kind of the same. I mean, but 111 proof for this. It's good. I like it. I actually like this bourbon, but I think this was $70 or $75, which is too much. I think I would. This is like a $55 bourbon for me. Pat Sullivan, what a stud. I like that guy. Talked to him many times. Bo Jackson, I've only talked to him a couple times. Can't really speak on him as much. I mean, he's a great player, obviously. Cam Newton interviewed him a million times. Kind of an odd character, but man, one hell of an athlete. And a good football player, too. Pat Sullivan, man. Oh, my God. So back in 1998, since we're already... Oh, Hank Brown's in the game. Everybody's going to be excited. In 1998, when Auburn was, like, searching for a coach, right? This is after Terry gotten fired or quit, whatever you want to look at it, and Tommy was still at Ole Miss. Oh, that's a drop, guys. God dang it. Malcolm, what are you doing, bro? Drop, guys. We got to put it on the drop counter. I was like trying to figure out who the next coach is going to be. So I called, this is back in the days before everybody had cell phones. So I called Pat Sullivan's house. That's how you did things back in the 90s. And obviously he wasn't there. He was doing some other shit. And is that Jeremiah Cobb? Go, 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 go. First down. Talked to his wife, and she was really nice. And she goes, "Oh, have him call you back." I was like, "Yeah, whatever." He called me back. And so that's the first time I ever met Pat Sullivan, was talk to him on the phone, and that was when they were searching for a coach. I thought Pat might have been somebody they would have considered for that particular position. Another nice run from Jeremiah, 7 yards on that one. Anyway, Pat was incredibly friendly and generous to me. This is back in 98 when I was a nobody. You could argue that I'm a nobody now, but he's just a high-quality individual, and rest in peace for him. Just a really, really good dude and a terrific football player. Boy, they're working Jeremiah now, aren't they? It's going to be third and like half a yard, something like that. Matt says, the only way you'll be almost drunk is if we're still draining at 2:30 a.m. Yeah, because my wife was on a trip with the girls that night. I had nobody here to keep an eye on me. Hank Brown, go, 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 go. Go, Malcolm. Go, Malcolm. Look at him run away from that dude.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
a big one, man. Malcolm Simmons, I told you guys, he gets open and he's fast as shit too, man. And I know it's Alabama A&M, but like, damn, man. I wonder what Hugh seems like dissatisfied with Hank on that or something about that drive. I mean, it was like a 7-play drive, but looks like Can-Do Magoo got that one through. So that's 66 now to 3. Now we see why it's a 10-minute quarters, guys. Jeez. This is going to be like that Pacific game when Alexander Wright scored like 3 touchdowns in that game. Wow. 66, guys. Jeez. Let's see. Jackson 3 says, JG, I live across the street from Pat's father-in-law, and he is 97 and still mows his own grass. What a badass, man. I'm not surprised that a guy who's kin to Pat Sullivan would be a badass, but anyway. Good story there, homie. I like that. I feel like a stranger jumps in with a
super chat.
Says that young Malcolm is him. He is fast, dude. He gets open and he's fast. And so now we're seeing why he's playing ahead of Robert Lewis. Wow. That was amazing. I mean, dude, the SWAT guys are still fast. Like they're not slow. Just ran away from that guy. Damn. Ravin says, great job. Who is this team? I like that. Spicy P says, he's so fast. He really is, man. He's really, really fast. And really good. Let's see. Whale Driver says, Alexander Wright's brother graduated from high school with me in Texas. I did not know that. Alexander, as they used to say, Berman used to do those. He gave everybody nicknames. He said, Alexander, if loving you's wrong, I don't want to be right. I think he was playing for the Raiders back then. But, yeah, he had a hell of a game against Pacific. I think in 89 for the Auburn Tigers. Let's see, AU Tiger 98 says, I was getting a haircut at a barbershop in downtown Auburn in 97. Pat Sullivan came in and got a haircut in the chair next beside me. That's the thing about Pat Sullivan, man. Like, amazing football player, amazing human being, very good head coach, and he was still, like, to this last day, like, so approachable and friendly. Like, you love him. I just wish I had known Shook Jordan. I wish I had met him. I didn't get a chance to. Unfortunately, he was passed away by the time I got on the Auburn beat in 98, but he's the one that I really, really miss. The one that I feel like I missed. I met some really, really good folks in my 20-something years covering Auburn, but Shook Jordan is one that I very much regret not having an opportunity to hang out with that guy.
Super chat.
Real Deal's back. He says, it's good to be back, JG. The hair is glowing today. War damn. I love Real Deal. What's up, bro? Well, Real Deal is a Huntsville guy. Now, as you guys know, I'm part of the Madison Mafia. I'm a supporter. We are like-minded with my friends from Madison, which would include D. Lucky, obviously, Easterwood, obviously, AU 256, who's not in the chat tonight, but we still love that and adore that guy. But yeah, Real Deal's good people, and he married a good girl. I like him. I like her. I like him. Although if she gets mad at me, she kind of scares me a little bit. I think she would do some really bad things to people. My man. Oh my God, what are we gonna do for this, dude?
Super chat.
We got a super chat from Neil Jones, my man. It says, JGT legend, looking smooth, Carpe Diem MFs, WDE. Neil is a Welsh man who lives in Scotland, married to she's probably the hottest chick that the bunker's ever been married to. He posts on the board as the Welshman, period. He was on holiday in Italy. And what a fucking stud. He is on this show right now. He's watching our show live from Italy. It's like fucking 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. there. And he's probably sitting in bed with the hottest chick the bunker's probably ever seen. And he's still on the show. That's what I love to hear about it. I love it. Appreciate that, Big G. Absolute badass. Melee says John Gruden was on that Pacific staff. The team that Auburn killed in 89 or 90. I had no idea. That's really good stuff, Melee. Thank you. These chats are just amazing. We have the best chatting group I've ever seen in my life. A. Robinson says, who's number 99? That's Jason Jones, right? You talking about Auburn defense? He's like a nose guard. Transferred in from Oregon maybe 2 years ago. He's from Birmingham. He played last year a bunch. No, running 24 says so he's married to a bunker 7.5. And I know what you're joking about, but I'm telling you, like, I would take Amanda against any bunker wife ever. Like, she's actually a model. Chaz says, hey, JG, going to Maui? There's no way, bro. We don't have that kind of money, man. No. But we're going to be definitely doing some stuff with the Maui Invitational for sure. Because this team, this basketball team is going to be really, really good. Again, they got 10 seniors, and they're good seniors. There's Cole Kubelik. As the bunker judged him, he's a big-time Bammer. He played at Auburn. Always wanted to go to Auburn. But he's a Bammer. Look how happy they are. Wow, Sam H says, well, Neil, I don't know if you're seeing this, bro. Welsh women are basically 4s at UAB. Damn. He doesn't even know what UAB is because he's from Wales, but that's some bullshit right there, man. I don't know about that. Johnny B, long time, first time. No, you're not a first timer. You've been here with us. What's up, bro? Glad to have you here, though. AU Taxman says, no more Oregon transfers, please. Auburn fan 123 says, need some more basketball nugs, JG. Well, so Malik Blockton made a play. Let me rephrase that. Malik Blockton played another play. A young man from Pike Road, Alabama, former Patriot. Our friend Bridget W. is a teacher over in the Pike Road district. Also, our friend Daisha works in the Pike Road district, so we love them too. And we're big fans of Pike Road because of them. BP has asked that we be very, very low-key about stuff that we see in practice. Like, don't break down what's going on in practice. But I will say that this is a very good team. Not talking about basketball right now. I mean, the football team's pretty good. Oh, shit. Is that Will Upton? Yeah, it is Will Upton, isn't it? He's wearing 80. You know, Hugh said in his press conference, like, if I need somebody to catch a punt, it will be Will Upton. And there he is. Basketball. This is a Final Four team or bust. I'm going to be honest. If they don't get to the Final Four, I mean, if they get to the Elite Eight and they lose, I still think it's a disappointment.
Super chat.
He says, Jay, you don't sound like you're happy, but are you... I know you're not happy, JG, but are you good? Hell yeah, man. I'm glad to be here, bro. Shane, thanks for being here with us all night, though. You've been here wire to wire so far, and we appreciate that. G. Oh, there he is. Neil's jumped in. Life tips. Number 1, come to Italy. It's beautiful. Number 2, don't drink pistachio cream liquor. It gives you the shits at 4 a.m. Well, we're glad to have you here on the show at your 4 a.m. But there you go. I'm telling you guys. I mean, Neil's a badass. I love that guy. Spicy Pieces, that's a bold statement, JG. They're that good. He's talking about the Auburn basketball team. Yeah, for me, it's Final Four or bust. Sam H said, I'll take an SEC regular season title, which to me is definitely something you're going to need as well. That would be great. You've got 12 scholarship players, right? And 10 of them are seniors, and a lot of them are really, really good. Like, come on now. I actually mentioned this in the scouting report on the team, but he says, Gooseflat says, JGC, just a fun fact about Alabama A&M. Former Auburn player for Coach Dye, Corey Barlow, is the DB coach. He is indeed. He is a 2-time All-SEC player. He was a 4th-round pick in the NFL draft in 91, and he was just an absolute badass. Yeah, he played cornerback at Auburn. And he is now the DB coach. They changed everybody on the defensive side except for him. They kept him. So that tells me all I need to know about him. They're very happy to have him. Bilo, what's up, bro? He says, Jay. Glad to have you here, bro. We good again. Yeah. Auburn would definitely run the table in the SWAC. There's no doubt about it. Let's see. Jackson says, JG, does that mean that Neil is draining from the Twitter? From the shitter? Neil, don't answer that question. Don't answer that question. As far as the basketball team, yeah, to me, it's Final Four or bust. So if they finish in the Elite Eight and they lose, that would be a bust for me. Now, you're thinking to yourself, JG, it's fucking Auburn. That would be great. Look at the team, man. In fact, let's go over here and look at the depth chart real quick since we're in a timeout. This is a lot of talent, guys. Like, absolute studs. Now, some of you guys who don't know what's going on are going to say, Broom at power forward, what? That's kind of the way that I'm seeing this going down. I think Broom's going to play power forward. I think Dylan's going to play more FC, more center. I got Turtle here as the backup center. This is the guy from SMU. They all call him Turtle. His name's like Jaheim. I love this kid. He's awesome to watch in scrimmages because he's like a center. He's probably 5'9"-ish. He's not like the tallest guy ever, but he's bulky. He's thick. He boxes people out, but he can also hit threes. I love him. I think he's going to be a really good player for them. Janai at power forward. Chaney playing behind him. But here's the thing about this roster, and we're about to start back up on the fourth quarter here, but there's so much portability in this lineup. I mean, Denver, who's going to be probably the number one shooting guard, can also play point. Pettiford, I think, is going to probably play 2 most of the time, but he can also play 1. And then I think the backup point guard really will be Denver, and I think the backup shooting guard will actually be Pettiford. I think Denver will play point more. There we go. Jeremiah Cobb getting some yards there. Miles Kelly, absolutely infatuated with this kid. I think Miles Kelly ended up being the biggest story of this team because at Georgia Tech, they asked him to be the number 1 guy, to be the star. And I don't think he really wanted to be that guy, but I think on this team, he can be the number 2 or number 3 guy, and he'll be content and happy, and he'll play at a higher level. I love Miles Kelly. He can play 2 and 3. And you just look at this roster, dude. They're too deep everywhere. Now, maybe at guard forward, you're thinking, I don't know, man. But Miles Kelly really is the backup 3 if he's not playing shooting guard. There's just so much portability with these guys. Broom can play 5. Chaney can play 3. Denver can play 1. Miles Kelly can play 2 or 3. I would trust him for a shift at point guard, too. Just one shift. He's not really a ball handler, but he's pretty good, too. Uh-oh. We've got a touchdown. Oh, my goodness gracious.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Towns will go with the extra point goes through too, so that's 73, guys. Shit, we're almost to my birth year. Actually, we're past it now. My wife was born in 73. I was born in 72. Wow. Sam Jackson with a touch, man. His first touchdown as an Auburn Tiger from Hank Brown. Nice adjustment in the air, actually, too, to get that ball. It was thrown probably to Bryce Kane, but whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes. Chris W. says, you guys are awesome. Have a great season. I hope to see you again, Chris W., but if not, appreciate you, brother. Solo Tigre says, LFG, Sam motherfucking Jackson. I like it. Is there a Chappelle Show sketch with Sam Jackson? I think there is. 73-3. I'm really glad we're doing the 10-minute quarters now, guys. You see what I'm saying? Revenge just gives it a wow. Cleveland Brown gives it a LFG. That's what you like to see right there. Revenge says, Hank, drop that in a bucket. Let's see. Any update on recruits from Belo? I don't yet. Let's work on tomorrow. Let's see if Deuce commits tomorrow, and if that changes things with Melendez, if that changes things with Babalola. I mean, Auburn at this point is probably going to be finishing definitely top 5, possibly top 3 in the 2025 class, and then their 26 class is already number 1, and they've got some 26 guys on campus, like 4-star, 5-star guys, 2026 guys. I mean, it's stacked up. So if you're looking at this team and you're going, hey, man, they're playing a lot fucking better, like, yeah, and they're going to get better next year too. They're loading up. Yes, Sam Jackson beer, D. Lucky says. He's my number 1 go-to guy for all this stuff. Yeah, it is. Tim says, JJ, you're thinking of the beer sketch from the Chappelle Show. That's correct. And Rustin, yeah, Offord. So to me, Offord is not, like, some people are just assuming that Offord's coming. I am not thinking that. I think that's going to be a battle. He's a terrific player. He's really, really good. But I think Alabama's going to really try to get him. So even though he's committed to Ohio State right now, I think it's going to come down to Auburn and Alabama with him. I just need to know a little bit more about where Auburn stands on that one before I say what I think will happen there. But, I mean, I think Deuce, you guys, I've said 95% for 3 weeks now. I think he's going to flip to Auburn. I think Melendez is going to, it's not even a flip now. He's decommitted from Miami. I think he's going to come to Auburn. And if Auburn gets Deuce Knight, let me rephrase that. When Auburn gets Deuce Knight, I think Babalola, who's a 5-star level offensive lineman from Kansas City, I think at that point Auburn becomes the clear leader for him. And now you've added Deuce Knight, you've added Babalola. I think you're probably leading for Naeem Offord, and you're probably leading for, well, I don't know if you're leading, but you're going to be in the game for Caleb Cunningham, the wide receiver from Mississippi who's committed to Alabama. I think you got a really good shot to flip him with Deuce Knight on board. And now you're starting to flirt with, number 1 class. It's certainly top 3. And this is kind of where you're at right now. Rustin says, did you see the predictions that Steve Wilfong and Tom Lloyd put into him? I did see that. 2 guys from 24/7 who I respect a lot, for sure. Auburn fan 123 says Deuce Knight leads to Caleb Cunningham. First of all, Caleb Cunningham likes Auburn now. He's committed to Alabama for obvious reasons. He likes Alabama a lot. But there's Jay Crawford, number 23. If Auburn gets Deuce Knight, the chances for Auburn landing Caleb Cunningham, go from 25% to like 60 in my mind. So that's kind of where I see that. So yeah, it kind of leads to Caleb Cunningham, honestly. Robert Woodyard, you've got to wrap up there, brother. A&M gets first down on a play action pass there. They get a penalty or something? Why is Langford so upset? Got a flag. He's freaking out. TJ Lindsey, TJ Lindsey's playing. Number 13. He's playing defensive tackle right now. He's on the scout team early in the week, but he's playing now, which is great. I mean, give him a chance. I don't care. I'm good with that. I like TJ Lindsey. I love him. Auburn fan 123 says Robert Woodyard been a player today. He has been. He's been playing good. I feel like he's been playing downhill and getting his hands on people. I wish he would have gotten the quarterback down that last time, but whatever, This one right here is for Ed D.
Who is swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime, preach.
My man. There it is. Runner 24 says, this class is shaping up to be ridiculous despite the non-traditional path of getting the quarterback so late in the process. That's true. It's interesting. It's kind of backward from normally, you would say, but they've been building and building and building. And really, this is the first class I think they've been kind of building toward the whole time, right? Like their first class, they were just patchworking. This class they signed last time with Cam Coleman, they had to do a lot of work just to get a few guys twisted and turned around toward Auburn. But this class, this 25 class, that's the first one that they really got started at zero. You know what I mean? When everybody else was at zero and they have had a chance to kind of push. And they are closing, man. And the 26 class is going to be dirty as well. I was thinking earlier, so you're watching the Georgia game, and I fucking hate Georgia. We've talked about this a bunch, but like, I think they're one more class. Well, maybe two, but one class and some confidence away from challenging Georgia for real. I mean, this game this year is at Georgia, right? So, like, it is what it is. But, like, next year, so the 25 season, the game's at Auburn. That might be an Auburn team that can actually take Georgia out. I don't know that they can do it at Sanford this year, but 13 is TJ Lindsey, by the way. I love that kid. He's going to be a good one for Auburn. Very, very active defensive tackle. Morris was playing in there as well. So they're playing a bunch of young guys now, and they're doing great. 7 minutes to go in this game. And Auburn's going to take over again in A&M territory. Yeah, Runner 24 is with me on this. He says, completely agree the 25 class is the first on a fair start. Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, the first class, you were just trying to, like, fucking figure something out, because you were so far behind. This class, the freshmen you're seeing right now, like, they had some big wins, obviously, with Cam, with Perry, with Malcolm Simmons. But for the most part, it's transfers. They got Mousy has been terrific tonight. Woodyard's a system guy, but who are some other guys that have stuck out tonight? I think it's been like transfers. Bleedy was playing pretty good. They took him out early. So the freshmen weren't necessarily that big a deal. It was the wideouts really in this class, but the next class is dirty. It's dirty from top to bottom, and they're still adding in the 26 team. The 26 class anyway. Doing really, really good. Eddie jumping in with some updates. Oregon is struggling to get past Idaho. Not Idaho State, but Idaho. And Oregon, obviously, without Bo Nix, is struggling a little bit. Spicy P makes a very good point. Malik Blockton, that's Blockton, Blocton, was solid. He has had a fine game. You're right. For a true freshman, I think he's had a terrific game. Because I was kind of skeptical, coming in. I watched him play at Pike Road last year, at least on tape. He was a little thin. Now, every team they played against at Pike Road, they were trying to mess with him specifically because he was such a problem. He was pretty thin, and he still looks thin to me, but he's been making plays out there tonight, and I think he's someone who's going to be helping the ball club this fall for sure. I'm pretty happy with him tonight. But it's Blockton, not Brockton. You guys are funny, man. Best chat in the game right here. I love it. Tim the Toolman Taylor, my man, says the fighting TJ Finley's getting ragdolled. Poor Western. I don't feel bad about him. I got my graduate degree at University of Kentucky, so I always fought with Western Kentucky. Not a bad school or anything, but my fraternity, I'm a Pike. And I went to the Pike party at Western Kentucky. I call it the House of Trouble. They had no bass in their fucking music system. I was like, guys, the bitches at my school really like bass. And they're like, I don't know. Apparently, Western Kentucky like trouble. I don't know. Spicy Pieces, Marique Brockton. My man. We'll just go with that. Marique Brockton. Oh, wow. Okay, we got some different players in here now. Justin Jones. Get you some. Oh, no, he fumbled. No, no. Justin Jones fumbled the ball. God, Justin's first carry of the game, too, and he's a good player. But he lost the ball. Oh, man. You hate to see it. I feel like a stranger says Cam Brown caused that fumble. That may have happened. I don't know. I mean, I saw Cam was right there. I don't know if Cam kind of elbowed it out or whatever. God, that stinks, man. Oh, I didn't realize Holden was the one that was playing quarterback there. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize that. That's pretty cool. My man Matt N says that just cost us the game. It's going to be a 70-point touchdown drive if they're able to consummate this bad boy right now. Let's see. Real Deal getting a little bit ahead of himself. Will Auburn make the playoffs this year? We got some work to do, homie. Still got some suffice to get through on that one. I do like what I've seen tonight. To be fair, they played some good football. And we haven't really seen a lot of like mental fuck-ups. Now, Justin Jones just fumbled that ball, so that's going to count as a fuck-up, in my opinion. But, like, you're not seeing the offsides calls. You're not seeing the substitution infractions. You're not seeing the stuff that kind of beset Auburn a little bit last year. Stuff seems like it's kind of been worked out. So this has been a very, in my opinion, very professional execution of the game today. Cajun Tiger, my man. War Eagle JGT, glad to be back. Thank you for all you do, brother. I appreciate you, Cajun Tiger. Glad to have you here, G. It's part of our show here on the brain drain. Brain drain. I feel like a stranger says, not saying it's his fault, but he ran into Cam's arm. Avoid arms, please, if you don't mind. A. Robinson said, I wanted 80. I respect it. Not with the counting clock, as Andy would say. And Melee says, I thought Dylan Cardwell just out today. Dylan's down in wherever the fuck they're at. I don't remember where they're at. The basketball's doing like a mission trip right now. And Dylan's the one that went with him. Like Chad's down there, Chadley Pruitt, and Ian Borders. And I forget his name, the chaplain. He's a fucking stud. I love that guy. Forgot his name now. That shit gets away from me. But, yeah. They're doing some work, man. Morris Williams, number 10. And Daniel says A&M about to tie this bad boy up. You love to see A&M getting back in the game. Nah, not really, but it's all good. DJ looks like he's constipated. DJ's like, you guys tipped the ball. How did you let him catch it? I honestly don't know who Elston is. I really don't know who that is. I mean, I'm sure he's an Auburn Tiger, but I don't know who that is. You've got Jamonte Waller, number 11, stud. 3rd and 2. Oh, they're going to get this converted. Boy, ESPN's putting a lot of camera work on Dirk in there. Malik blocked in on that tackle. Terrence Love in on that tackle. There's Jamonte Waller, number 11. 1st and 10. 73 to 3 game right now. It's close. That's pretty good. Jeremy Napier, thank you. Auburn fan 123. That's exactly who it is. Jeremy is as high quality individual as you're ever going to meet at Auburn or anywhere. He's a really, really good dude, and he's super underrated. Super underrated. So friendly, and I don't mean to be getting like religious on you guys. I try not to ever flex that on you guys, but he makes religion seem very warm. He just kind of looks, I'm Catholic, and a lot of times in this state or in this part of the country, Catholics are not necessarily people don't put their arms around Catholics, but he does, and yeah, just great guy. Let's see. Cajun Tiger says, JGT, what are your thoughts on Thorne? Did he exceed, meet, or fall below your expectations? For me, personally, he exceeded my expectations today. I thought he had a terrific game. I thought that he really only missed one pass, and he hit a bunch of them. He had a bunch of really good passes. DeMarcus Riddick was involved in that tackle right there. TJ Lindsey still out there. Blockton still out there. You got a bunch of really, really young guys out there playing great. Daniels with me on this. He said Thorne played good beside a few throws. Yeah, I agree. I would give Peyton probably an A or an A+ today. He played great. The wide receivers were really good. Offensive line, to me, was really good. I mean, offensively, you got to give Auburn credit. I mean, they got 73 points on the board, and they're kind of sandbagging right now, to be real. Oh, my gosh, that ball wasn't even close. Oh, sweet. My TV up ahead said no internet connection. Fortunately, my other TV's good. This one's on a wired connection over here. All right, looks like J.C. Hart was the first man down on that coverage. Ball got it in the end zone, though. I wonder if they get another touchdown on this bad boy. That'd be pretty cool. All right, so things we're going to talk about post-game. We're going to talk to J-Head. We're going to talk to Bob Mapplethorpe. We're definitely doing that. We're going to talk to B-Matt. Hopefully he won't be out of breath, but we got to wait a little while on that one. Oh, Auburn Tigers back on the offense here. Here we go. Holden Gerner in there. And Deshaun Jackson with the first down carry to get about 7 yards. Let's see, we got Tate Johnson in there. Who else we got in there? Ronan Chambers still playing right tackle? No. Go, Sean. Go, Big Daddy. Here we go. He's around midfield now. We got Dylan Senda in there, number 71. You love to see it. Got some walk-on offensive linemen playing, too. Oh, no. We got a hold against the Auburn Tigers. It's tough. Somebody's going to have to do some jogs on that shit or some sprints. It's tough, man. So Tigre says, holding the cane, do it. Do it. Do it. Auburn back to the 20 now, 2nd and 14. Two-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Raven says, tell Ben Tate to take take it to the house. That's right. He's probably the last one, number 44, right? Good call on that. I like Ben Tate. First of all, great last name. Second of all, we both drove Nissan Maximas at the time. Sam H says, got to clean up the penalties. I agree with that, but you're also dealing with like the third team offense here. The first and second team offenses had essentially no penalties. There was one hold, but, well, hold on. Yeah, there was one hold, but Whale Driver asks, are we playing second or third stringers? This is mostly third team now. Yeah. You can actually argue that you're on fourth team offensive line. Yes, thank you, Sam. He says 2-minute timeout, JG. That is the correct term. To me, it's, 2-minute warning, but same thing. And they say, well, we do it for the kids. No, you do it for the fucking advertisers. That's what you're doing. Taylor C says Cameron Artis Payne. We also called him a Cap. Wore 44. Another badass. Yes, love Cameron Artis Payne. Super underrated. Big part of that 2013 team that emasculated Missouri in the SEC championship game. Weakest Link says it's only Alabama A&M. Fair enough. We've been saying that all day too. But this team seems way different than anything we've seen. Easy J. Seems way different than anything we've seen in the opening game in recent years. Peyton was solid aside from a few bad throws. And this wide receiver room looks legit. I completely agree. They look really good, Weakest Link. I'm with you. I know it's Alabama A&M, just like you said, but I like the way that they have kind of responded to this the situation here, for sure. Ed D says Kenny Irons, most underrated running back. That is, I think I might be on board with that. I love Kenny Irons. Had a chance to hang out with him a bunch. When we did the bourbon event in Atlanta, he came by and hung out with us for a while, and he's amazing as usual, just like you would expect. He's awesome. Auburn fan 123 wants to know, JG, is 7-5 of disappointment with how easy the schedule is? I don't know if the schedule is easy, but I know what you're talking about. It is kind of advantageous in a way. And yes, for me, I think 8 wins is, to me, a 7-win season is disappointing, and 8-win season is, you're fine. Bryce Kane with a catch there. And if you get to 9 wins, I think you've done well. That is just my opinion. Melee says Mizzou never quit until they did. Hey, man, the highlight of that whole game, first of all, he's talking about the 2013 SEC Championship game that Auburn killed Missouri. I got a chance to meet Nelly, the rapper, on the sideline. He's a Missouri fan. It was awesome to shake his hand. Not the best rapper I've ever met, though. Go, Bryce. Oh, shit, he fumbled. Fuck, no. Completion to Bryce Kane, and then he fumbled. He definitely caught the ball, and then he fumbled the ball. Now Alabama A&M's got it back with like 1:23 to go or something like that. 128. I mean, to be fair, guys, it's like third team, fourth team offense. I mean, it's just part of it. Oh, they're reminding us that Auburn had so many turnovers last year. Like, what the fuck? It's the third team. It's the third team offense, yo. What? Whatever. I'm going to go ahead and get our schedule thing set up here. I think Auburn's going to win this one. 73-3. We like that one. You'll see what I'm talking about when we get to the next, when we go to post game. PNG, actually. Here we go. All right. Yeah, Whale Driver is a good point. He says mistakes by the backups would be a legit complaint. Yeah, if these aren't. I mean, everybody's a backup that's not a starter. I get it, but like this is like the fourth team offense. Well, Price is like third team. He shouldn't be fumbling like that. Wizard D thinks that Bryce didn't even catch the ball. There should have been an incomplete pass, but yeah, I don't know, man. It might be the last play of the game right there. Laquan Robinson says, I'm going to finish this bad boy out with a tackle. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a wrap. All right, so 73-7. We'll give that an F just for the purposes of being completionists here. Auburn is now 102, 27-2 in season openers. Pretty good. I mean, yeah, it's a nice win. I like Hugh's wife, Jill. She's nice. She's a good woman. I like her. She's a good person. Oh, I like the Army helicopters. I didn't get to see that before the game. Look, man, this game was over pretty damn quick. Lee. That's what the kids say. Move over to our main schedule here, and I already have a schedule ready for the to represent the W there. As soon as I get it up. That's what she said. Sorry, it's so big there. That's what she said. All right. So, that's where we're at. Brandon J says, did the eagle fly good? Reports suggest that indeed the eagle flew good before the game. Yeah, some really good stuff going on in this game. First of all, the first and second teams, in my opinion, did a terrific job. Wait, do I want a box? I don't want a box, do I? Do I want a box? Yeah, I do want a box. Oh, come back here, bro. Oh, my God, it's twice now. Bro, I just want to see the basic stats to show my peoples. All right, let's do it this way, I guess. Jeez, why do you make it so tough? Trying to show you guys some stats here. It's hard to get a hold of, bro. Oh my gosh. I'm struggling to get the stats up, man. Oh, here it is. Can we go over to the stats page? Where's my person? He'll just put it right here. I don't give a shit. All right, there's our basic numbers for the game. Offensively speaking, Peyton obviously had a fine game. He missed like one throw, really, and he had like 8 or 9 really good throws. But Peyton Thorne, 13 of 21 for 322, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks. Terrific game. Hank went 3 of 5 for 96, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Terrific game. Holden 2 of 2, 33. Like, not given a lot of opportunities. He was kind of late in the game, but fine, whatever. Running game, 18 carries for 177. Nobody really stood out individually. Like, Hunter had a great game. DeMar had a fine game, whatever. Malcolm Simmons, 3 catches for 91. 5 targets, 1 touchy. Trey Lambert, who I said before the game was a pick to click. 3 catches for 80 yards, 2 tutties. Perry had a touch. Cam had a touch. Sam Jackson had a touch. Pretty good game, no doubt. Hey, are you shitting me? Is Notre Dame in overtime? Like, actually? Is that true? Like, for real? Uh-oh. Did I screw up the schedule? Wait. Uh-oh. Did I screw up the schedule? I might have. If I did, I'm just going to have to roll with it because I can't fix it now. So we got Cal next weekend and then New Mexico, the Lobos, some would say. Runner 24 with a super chat. He got a
Super chat.
Says, shake off the game one rust and crush the likes. Thank you for the likes, bro. Yeah, look, man, they came out here and they played ball. I mean, they took that shit seriously. He said, just like Jordan said in that doc, I took that stuff personally. They played great. 2 bye weeks blow is what Auburn fan 123 says. Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I mean, it's good for the kids, but it's bad for us, right? And also the fact that they don't play at home in the entire month of October, but we've talked about that already, so I don't want to get too deep into that. But, yeah. Matt N said Notre Dame's tied with 4 minutes to go. Holy cow. Oh, my God. You hate to see it. No, we don't really hate to see it. Shoot, guys, this was pretty damn good. This is good stuff. I'm going to go ahead and fire up the phone lines. I think we want to catch up with Bob, don't we? Yeah, I think we do. Let's see if I can catch up with Bob. He wanted to talk. We love Bob. Bob Mapplethorpe, of course, from the bunker. One of the all-time greats. For whatever reason, I can't hear that well, the calls on my end, but you guys can hear it, and that's all that really matters.
Hello.
Hey, is this Bob Mapplethorpe?
Speaking.
This is JG Tate. I'm the publisher at auburnsports.com.
Do you frequent Voodoo?
Hell yes, I do. I love Voodoo. It's pretty good.
I got you. What's going on, man?
I don't know. We're just kind of like talking about the game and this team, and I don't know. It's good shit, bro.
Well, what I was going to tell you, the coolest thing talking to younger players in the last few weeks is that some that were specifically last year, they were like, they were figuring out what was going on. And now there's a big difference. There's not only a emphasis on, he said, last year they were trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. And this year it's like they got it together. They know they need more, but they're putting it together. And so this young man was just saying, dude, he said, this year was so much harder than last year, just getting ready. But he said, everybody is so bought in as a team. He said, there is no ego on the offensive side or defensive side. And he's just like, dude, so we're all bought in. So Coach Freeze and staff have done an amazing job to get these kids to believe in what a team's supposed to do and believe in the culture, not what can I do or whatever. So that's this coming.
Yeah.
Because these kids believe, and
Yeah, you can
that's
tell.
all you need.
You could tell with the way they
Yeah.
played today. Like you can tell they believe they're going to be badasses.
Exactly. And the one player I talked to, I said, what's the deal with, so many on defense not being named starters? He said, we don't care. He said, we don't care. He said, he said, everybody is so neck and neck at different positions that he said, we don't care. He said, we're going to get our playing time. They're going to sub us in, sub us out. And he's like, we don't care. He said, we're about the dub. So
Yeah.
I was like, I mean, it's a cool time in Auburn sports, to see what Coach Freeze is doing and see the way these players relate. And for the record, they all worship Durkin. They love him to the core. I mean, that guy, what he teaches, they're saying is something that's NFL level, and they love him to pieces. But yeah, we got great staff and good kids, and that's what seems to be the theme is that, and I know Doc Dumpster would say we're recruiting on the internet list. Well, the focus here still remains good character kids, and so it's not just if you're a player, it's if you are a good young man.
Yeah.
And so good things happening on the plains, and we haven't seen this maybe ever. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, these kids care, and they love their coaches, and they look. I mean, they played a pretty complete game, man.
Oh yeah, and couple the funniest thing is like that long completion that should have been an interception or tip pass, that was just a fluke, all this other stuff. I mean, they were shut down. Defense was shut down. And offense was pretty just vanilla but complete. So it was just solid game. So I think this is what we have to look forward to, and it's pretty exciting.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. I mean, they're gonna beat Cal's ass next week. Then you got New Mexico, you got Arkansas, and then you got to play Oklahoma. I mean, I don't know. I like the way they're looking, man.
Well, just exactly. They look good, and we all know this was the cupcake team, but that's how you're supposed to beat those cupcake teams. So going forward, I expect the same energy and effort, and who knows? I was always too optimistic for years. Then I got cautiously optimistic, and then Potato Head came in, and I was like, just screw this. but now it's fun to get excited again.
That's what I'm talking about. I love the attitude, bro. I know you love Auburn too.
Love it to the core, my buddy.
All right, G. Appreciate you calling in.
Well,
actually, I called you, I guess, but thanks for being on the show.
I called in a few times, and they said, "Hey, call me, knucklehead." So, but no, I mean, the thing you need in the team, is a belief in each other and a core value, and they have that now, which they haven't had in a while. So. Even Gus Malzahn, people like to throw shade on Gus, and I do as well. He's a genius at certain things, but he's too stubborn to bring in other applications. Well, we finally have a culture on defense and offense, and the thing is, the entire team, offense and defense, the players enjoy each other. They have friendships. They have bonds. And we haven't had that since Pat died. I mean, somebody else will say something different, but really, it's a culture, and it's there. And I hear it from their mouths. They believe in it, and they will make it happen. So, whatever happens this season will be a success.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, buddy. Love you, bro.
Love you, bro. You're good people.
Well, working on it every day.
See you, man. Bye.
All right, bye.
There he is, Bob Mapplethorpe. Hey, where's the Notre Dame game? I was trying to find it. Bob reminding us that, and he knows that a lot of these players are just really, really fired up to be playing for these folks. And they really like these coaches. I'm trying to find the Notre Dame game. I don't know where I'm looking. ABC, okay. I think ABC's 4 where I live. There we go. Okay, we got 13-13 with 2 minutes to go. Fair enough. Thank you, D. Lucky. Appreciate that, G. Wow. Okay, so Notre Dame in the Texas A&M Kyle Field. Gonna kind of get used to this SEC on ABC shit, but yeah, it's all good. It's gonna take a little while for me to get used to that. He says, D. Lucky says Bob has definitely been served. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Bob. You know, he loves some Auburn Tigers. Probably drank a little bourbon or a beer when he was watching the game. I mean, whatever. It's all good. I think this might be a good opportunity for us to talk to Sir Jay Head. Because, you know, we don't want to go too late on his ass. The last time we talked to Jay Head was, wait, that can't be right, man. It can't be right. We talked to Jay Head a bunch last season, right? Is that even right? I gotta look this up, guys. Sorry. Sometimes on live TV, you gotta do some stuff here. I gotta make sure that the number, like, because Jay Head sometimes changes numbers on me, or he did once, I should say. Gotta make sure it's the right number. No, wrong number. Gotta type this one in. Sorry, guys. All right, got him. There we go. Now we're going to call Jay Head. All right. We're getting connected with Jay Head right now.
Hey, GT, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, Jay Head? What's up, man?
What's up? And we did talk a good bit last year. I just heard you on the drain. We talked after every game, as well as basketball season. So
I've got 2 or 3 numbers for you is the thing. And that's not a problem with you. That's a problem with me. But, yeah, I got to make sure I get the right
you're
number.
good, man. I had a couple different government cell phone numbers that we had to toss away. So we're all good there, man. That's on me for confusing you. But what do you think, Jay?
I like what I saw today. I like that they didn't get offside calls. They didn't have illegal substitutions. I feel like they had their shit together, you know?
I agree. And look, I think both you and I know that going into this game, this was about Auburn playing Auburn, right? It was how smooth the operation was going to be, how efficient they would be. Were they able to kind of capitalize on some of the strategy that they were going to employ tonight? Because they were going to be very vanilla with what they did on both sides of the ball. But they were able to create vertical shot plays for explosives, open nice running lanes. Not that they would to anticipate that they wouldn't be, but just to kind of see things come to fruition the way you imagine them to, and to be able to score as efficiently as they did. Those are all encouraging things. Now, how much weight does that carry moving into next week? I guess we're going to find out. If I'm kind of handicapping it as per what each SEC team did this past week, I would say that Auburn and Arkansas probably played the weakest competition, and that's not me trying to take a shot at Alabama A&M. I think they played extremely hard. Their talent level is where it is. But as far as the things that Auburn could control, I thought they did exceptionally well tonight.
Yeah, I completely agree. And another thing is, like, I like the professionalism of it. I like Peyton made a lot of really good choices. He only really missed one throw, J-Head. And, I mean, we all get to miss some throws. I mean, shit.
Absolutely, we get to miss some throws. Again, when you look at the overall operation, Peyton knew what he was looking at tonight. It wasn't a situation where he was overly confused or didn't exactly know what his read was on a certain situation. everything was there. It was laid out beautifully. They were pretty much on script. I felt like the first 20 plays, and didn't really have to kind of check out or do anything differently. So just such a drastic difference from how we looked against UMass this time last year, because I felt like there were some miscues in that game. They gave up some plays on defense that they didn't really see those same miscues tonight. Though I do have some concerns about the secondary just slightly, because I felt like A&M was able to expose some things, but that's good. You need to be exposed in games like this so that you have an opportunity to grow and develop. And those are things they can put on tape for them when they go in after practice or they go in for corrections. They'll be able to see, like, this is why you can't get away with this and you'll get burned here, especially before you get into a litmus-type situation with Cal coming in next week.
Yeah. Did you think they were better today than they were against UMass? I mean, like, does this first game look better to you than the one from last year?
It's not even close, Jay.
Okay.
And you can see kind of the talent jump. Last year, you didn't have a receiver that had the ability to take the top off the defense. I think even though we had some explosives to Jay Fair on the scissor concept and maybe even Javaris, I can't remember if he was healthy for that game or not, you didn't see the same level of separation that you saw tonight. I mean, maybe UMass was a little bit better of a team. I don't really know, but just the overall operation was significantly cleaner. I thought Peyton made better decisions. And universally, they just, I think Bob Mapplethorpe talked about it, but you saw kind of this is one of the most overused words in football right now, but kind of the culture take hold of what Hugh Freeze is trying to accomplish. If you indulge me for just a second, when people say culture or coaches say culture, typically they're talking about accountability, right? They're talking about trust. They're talking about being where you're supposed to be and doing the things that you're supposed to do, encouraging your teammates. All those things were present on the sideline. And yes, it's always easy to do or easy to be shown in a victory. But truthfully, these are things that I've heard about since the summer. And to kind of see it play out tonight on a national stage somewhat, it was encouraging. I just want to see it kind of how it takes shape moving forward, moving into Cal. What does that look like? And then obviously in the SEC opener against Arkansas. And if you can kind of go 4-0 up until that point, Jay, where there are a lot of things on the table for how this can go, how this can play out for the team.
Yeah, for sure. Recruiting. Got some really good players on campus today. Some guys that I think could be critical pieces of this next class. Thoughts on Deuce Knight being here, Alford being here, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, probably the top four names that we'll want to talk about tonight are easily Deuce Knight, Elijah Melendez. You just mentioned it, Naheem Alford, and then obviously Usman Kroma. Those are the ones that are the big-ticket guys that are on campus. I think you've also got some highlight players from the 2026 class that are there as well. But let's talk about those four. Now, obviously, the passing game was on display tonight. I think that was pretty intentional because you want to show Deuce Knight who he's going to have the opportunity to throw to for the next 2 to 3 years. So they wanted to feature Perry Thompson. They wanted to feature Cam Coleman, Malcolm Simmons, who was just, my God, jaw-droppingly explosive at times.
Amazing.
So, yeah, he really is, Jay. I mean, he might be, when it's all said and done, I mean, I think Cam Coleman's probably going to be the highest drafted of this group, but but Malcolm might end up being the most productive in various facets of any receiver out of that past year's class. I mean, he just truly is an electric athlete. But, again, that was a situation where Freeze was trying to show Deuce, hey, you're going to have an opportunity to be sensational, and this is the talent that I can put around you. But every great recruiting class that Auburn's ever had always has a cornerstone quarterback. Right now, Auburn is honed in on Deuce. I think it's an inevitability that he ends up in this class at this point. I don't think it's going to happen this weekend, but we'll see. I mean, you still got a day to go. But I would assume it's going to be sooner rather than later at this point.
Inevitability, you said. I like that.
I think so. Jay, how do you feel on it?
I feel the same way. I had him at 95% on our board for like 2 or 3 weeks now, so I definitely think he's going to be an Auburn Tiger.
Keep it there. Maybe even raise it a percentage point or two. Get it to 97.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I mean, like I said, I think it is as done a deal as you can possibly have in recruiting. Now, again, recruiting is fluid, and that is such a cliche term. But it really is, things can happen. But I feel like this one is pretty well done.
I agree.
You talked about Naheem Alford, number one player in the state. If you're Hugh Freeze and your whole mantra to this point in recruiting has been to lock down the state of Alabama and that 6-hour radius that surrounds your talent-based area, you want to dominate that. Well, what else can you do besides try to flip the number one player in the state and take him away from somebody who's potentially your possible national champion in Ohio State? That is an absolute statement. Getting him on campus again today just furthers the ball moving forward and getting that flip to go. I do think that proximity to home is going to play a factor in the end. And I know that there have been rumors that something could happen soon with him. I don't know. On that situation, I'm not as tapped in there as I feel like I need to be. But I do think that Auburn is in a very, very good position with Naheem at this point. I think that Hugh, Wes, Charles Kelly, who's been huge in this from a connection standpoint, has really done a phenomenal job with kind of selling their vision to him and what it means to be from the state of Alabama and helping to kind of turn the page here at Auburn and bring it back to his championship culture or pedigree.
Yeah. Man, they are recruiting on a fucking level we haven't seen in a long time, G.
Brother, probably since circa 2009, 2010-ish, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Those two classes with Trooper Taylor, Curtis Looper, Tommy Thigpen kind of leading the way there. And obviously, those were some special classes that they put together composed of guys like Cam Newton, and a handful of others that really made it. Greg Robinson, Trevon Reed, Sean Coleman, multiple others that went on to play in the NFL. And when good things happen when you stockpile that kind of talent. It just gives you the availability to be competitive year over year and playing for championships, which I think is something that this fan base is just starved for right now, right? They're tired of being mediocre. And Hugh understands that. He's been very transparent, I think, with letting people know where they stand from a talent level standpoint. But if you keep recruiting like this, you keep stocking classes like this, that won't be an excuse not to win football games.
Exactly.
I promise you that.
Exactly. And Auburn fans deserve better than what they've had. And now they're getting it. Now it's time.
It's exactly right. And I think this year is a nice step forward. Vegas has us at somewhere, I think it's 7.5 is the line, whether it's, 7-5 and then you get to 8 in a bowl game or you finish 8-4. Either which way, I think it's not necessarily where the standard should be, but I think it's an acceptable step moving forward in the right direction to get Auburn back to a more competitive brand of football. And I think probably what the biggest telltale sign is going to be for me is if Auburn can pull off a ranked win this year. It has been since 2021 when Auburn knocked off Ole Miss in Jordan-Hare for Auburn to have a ranked win.
Wow.
They need that. That's a proof of concept moment for Auburn that they have to show that they're still Auburn, right? I mean, they're the Auburn that you and I know it to be.
God, I didn't realize it was that long, bro. God dang.
Right. Yeah, man, the Harsin years did some work, brother. But
they took the stairs, but they didn't take any fucking W's.
It certainly did not, man, but they definitely got some good flex shots in the mirror, that's for sure.
Damn right about that. And they got some good spots in Mexico, man.
Hey, you know what? Mexico's not a bad place, Harz. I can't blame you on that one.
I know. There's some hot chicks down there, man. For real.
No doubt.
I like big booty Latinas, just like anybody else. I'm saying.
But maybe as opposed to, vacationing in Cancun, maybe he could have, recruited a player or two. But
just one or two,
yeah. Just one or two. But we've moved forward in the Hugh Freeze era. I think we're in fantastic hands right now. Just truly excited to see what we do next week against Cal, because I do think they've played relatively poorly today from what little bit I saw against their game against UC Davis. But I expect them to be up and prepared to play Auburn. I mean, this was a game last year that, let's be honest, Auburn should have lost that game last year.
I completely agree, yeah.
If their kicker isn't all-world bad, Auburn walks away with, an L in that game as opposed to a W. So if Auburn can handle business at home next week and win that game by double digits, I would think probably in the range of between 10 to 17 points, if not more. If they do that, well, then Auburn's in the position that we think they're in. If they struggle, win that game by 3, maybe a little bit more, then maybe they're not as far along as we thought. So, again, I think this is going to be a really good test for Auburn to kind of see where they stand. It is the litmus test to tell us, hey, is this an 8 or 9 win team, or are we still somewhere in that 6 to 7 range? And I think we're more in that 7, 8, or 9 range than we are in the 6. But the proof's in the pudding, right? And we'll get an opportunity to see that next week.
I think they're going to win by 35 next week, bro.
Woo! That is a beat ass, brother.
I think you're going to put the nuts right on the head. Yeah, nuts on the forehead. That's what I'm seeing.
Man, you sound like an Alabama fan in the middle of a Crystals, buddy.
Come on, man. I don't sound toothless, do I? Hey, man, my sister's pretty hot. Get off my ass.
Woo! That's right up there listening with some John Cougar Mellencamp records and eating mayonnaise sandwiches, big dog.
Hold on, bro. Hey, don't go that far. J-Head, you're an absolute stud. Everybody's been clamoring to hear from you tonight because you're such a fucking badass, and so we're glad to have you. And you've given us so much time. It's late at night where you're at, bro.
I don't care. I wouldn't be anywhere else, Shay. When you shot me a text last night and said, would you be willing to come on? It's an always absolutely for you anytime.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely, brother. Look, I owe you big time for everything, but love you and the administrative assistant, and I hope everybody in the chat has a wonderful night.
All right, man. We'll see you, brother.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
There he is, J-Head, the absolute legend himself. We love him. We think he's an absolute stud, and yeah, I mean, me and Jay Lee both love him, so it's all good. Let's see. Chip says JGT breaking out the crystal ball right there. Yeah, I mean, I do what I can, bro. J-Head, you hate to see the Aggies lose. This is not what J-Head was talking about, but you hate to see the Aggies lose. It's just so sad, guys. I mean, I'm sure the cheerleaders are the yell call leaders or something. Hey, so for real, before we get to this, hold on. Austin M has this. I can't even display this the way that I want to. First of all, I got one of these for you.
Super chat.
Austin M jumps in. Glad to see Auburn demolish a team the way they did, the way they should. Can't remember a time in recent memory when they looked like they should look against a team the way they did tonight. As always, thank you, JG, for what you do. Ward M. Eagle, appreciate you, Austin. Thank you for being part of our show and for Super Chat, and obviously for supporting the channel. Thank you for that. We also had some other Super Chats that I posted, but I didn't actually call out because we were on the horn. But Darkside had a couple that said, Ward M. Eagle, we all need to sip, especially JG. I'm glad you're giving me permission for that because I've certainly been taking care of that. Yeah, I said, glad to have you back, JG. Ward M. Eagle, take a sip. So I've been doing that. And Chris M., I was about to say, not related to you, but somebody that I know you're a fan of that last name. I feel the same way, too. Mega Tiger also had a super chat earlier. Well, hold on. Runner24 had one as well. It says, shake off the game one rust and crush the likes.
Super chat.
That's what I'm talking about right there. We also had one from Mega Tiger. Where did he go? There he is, Mega Tiger right here. I did not call him out. I think we were on the horn or whatever we were doing, but we love having Mega Tiger. We're going to get one of these.
Wow, what a super chat.
It says, just reserved a suite of the Benz for the national championship game. Inviting my 24 JG. Are you an administrative assistant? A yes. Mark me down as a yes. Absolutely. We're going to be there for sure. There's no doubt about it. Auburn, if Auburn comes out here and beats the shit out of Alabama A&M, that pretty much means natty is the way that I interpret that 100%. It looks like, also, by the way, Pipe is in the house. Pipe player Nick, who's a badass, obviously. And Mike Elko, the new head coach at Texas A&M, does not look particularly happy at this point. Austin, appreciate that super chat as well. Same for Mega Tiger and Darkside. No doubt about it. Michael Ace is J-Head rocks, which we are on board with. And J-Head does, in fact, rock. He is a bad man. I almost said a bad word. He's a very bad man. We love that about him. Cleveland Brown says, stay hydrated, JG. Got it, man. Got my body armor liquid IV right here. Got to stay hydrated. As me and Cuz like to say, Cuz from across the street, ballers hydrate. Let's see. Sam H has been with us from wire to wire. He says, I'm out, JG. Feels so good to be back. Love the Auburn family. Appreciate you, Sam H. What a badass. Glad to have you here with us tonight. Watching Texas A&M lose and watching the Auburn Tigers win. That's great. Let's see what else we got. We had Jay Head and Bob Maplethorpe on as well. Oh, hold on. We got a call coming. Oh, my gosh. Look who it is. It's royalty himself. D. Lucky on the line. What up, D. Lucky?
What's good, JG?
Well, non-political talk is what I'm talking about, G.
Yeah, there we go.
Which I don't have to worry about with you because we're on the same team there.
Exactly.
But, like, sometimes Easterwood gets a little political.
Yeah. It's all ball tonight, though.
Yeah, we're just talking about football, bro.
Yeah, all ball.
What did you think about that?
I'm really pleased. We haven't looked that good against a bad team in a long time. I can't tell a lot from games like this, but the stuff that you'd like to see showed up. Didn't have a ton of penalties. Had a couple of turnovers, but those are from backups mostly, so something for them to work on next week. But execution-wise, it looked like we got in and out of plays without much issue. So my initial concerns about, who's calling plays and whether, the mechanics of that is slow and, all that kind of jazz. No issues there at all. Peyton looked pretty good. Only had one bad throw. Looked like he was making the right decision to go to the right place with the ball all night. No, I don't really think I had any issues with that. Defense looked relatively good. I would love to see a little bit more pressure from the front four. So we'll see if that's just a temporary thing. And secondary, is what it is. We got a lot of new guys back there, but I think they just need some seasoning. Just need a little playing time. I think they'll round into shape by the end of the season. So,
but all things considered, you're fairly happy with where this went down, right?
Yeah. I mean, when you're scoring at the pace that we were scoring, just dialing up plays the way that we wanted to, and then executing them. I mean, we've just seen so many times where here lately, those deep balls, it's an overthrow. It's somebody's wide ass open and we just miss them completely, or they're wide ass open and we throw them the ball and they drop it. So to actually have those plays called, to execute them, get in the end zone, and there was never any indication that this game wasn't going to be an absolute blowout, and we haven't had that in a very long time, where you didn't have that initial kind of trepidation because we got off to a slow start or something like that. There was never any of that. So it was a good feeling.
Is this enough?
What you hope to have when you write this check. Is
this enough to change like how you feel about the season in general? Like, I know they played great tonight.
No. Like Jay had said, I'm looking for 8 wins. I think 8 wins is a really acceptable, good season. If we get more than 8, then it's a great season. 8 is what I think we need to keep momentum going for everything else that's happening off the field. So, you get the right 7, you probably are still okay. But I think with 8, you're showing everyone else that, that needs to buy into the program that you're heading in the right direction. So this one looks good, but there's still aspects of it that you're still going to need to win, to win those 8 that's not there yet.
What are your expectations?
The secondary.
What are you thinking for Cal next week?
I mean, I think it'll be a little tighter earlier. I think we'll pull away. If we play the way I think we should play against them, we should win by 2 scores when it's all said and done. And that'll be fine. Again, just kind of it. We don't see Peyton take any steps back, and just kind of see a little bit more improvement from the pieces that I talked about. Like I said, a little bit more from the front four as far as pressure on the ball, and then and pass rush situations, and then just the defensive backfield making a couple more plays.
Yeah,
that's all.
We didn't run the ball a lot 3 touchdowns tonight. Next week.
That would be great if we can. I just know how much we struggled against them last year. So if we're able to, if we're able to have a game where, we're not trying to drive to win the game at the end, that we're up and we're running the ball out with 4 minutes left. We're just running that clock and cruising in essence. That to me would be success. And just each game just build up from there. You win the first 4 and then you put that Oklahoma game in play. And then you just see what happens that night. I think you get Jordan-Hare in a late afternoon window with an undefeated team. Let Jordan-Hare magic take place.
That's what I'm talking about. Me and Bob Mapplethorpe have that as 35-13.
Like I said, I think we'll allow more points than that just in general. And I just I'm seeing more 31-21.
Oh damn. Okay.
Kind of where I see them. Yeah, where I see it'll fall out. So again, two scores, but enough that it's a decent win, power four team.
Yeah.
And you go into the next week.
So I'm talking about. I mean, hey, you survive in advance. That's what I'm talking about, D. Lucky.
That's all. Like I said, we want to win about 8 of these. If we win more than 8 of these, then we're ahead of schedule for where we want to be. And again, with all the positivity that's happening off the field, it's great if we can speed up that the rebuild and have that. But I'm not going to be disappointed if we don't speed it up. If we just need to stay on pace. We're doing all the stuff that we need to do. Part of that is winning the games that we should win on the field, and maybe speak up and grab one that we're not expected to win. Again, to show folks that we're improving.
So I'm talking about. You got to get better. You got to get better. Always.
Yeah. As my boy Doc Dumpster says.
Gotta get better. R.D. Lucky, you're an absolute stud. You know that you've carried us so many times, and you're carrying us again tonight. So thank you.
Brother, I enjoy it as always. It's great to have ball back, and I'm looking forward to the brain drain the rest of the season. I think it's going to be a fun one.
I hope you're going to be here on the show.
Oh, no doubt.
All right, G.
Wild horses couldn't drag me away, Doc.
Hey, the Rolling Stones should write a song about that.
Might make a little money for them.
Mm-hmm. All right,
they
G.
might have a career.
Maybe
in this music thing. Yeah, they might be able to make a little money in this music thing.
All right, man.
Appreciate y'all.
See you, bro. Bye.
Peace.
There he is, D. Lucky. One of our absolute titans, both at the website and here on the show. And we love having that. We love having him on the air, which we don't necessarily get every single week because he's got some other stuff going on in his life. But when he does have an opportunity to show up on the show, we're very, very fired up. Don Properdickin, coming to us from south, the southern part of Holland. His whole family is. I don't know if we use this phrase anymore, but he's part of the ruling class there in southern Holland. And he jumps in with a super chat, and we'll give him one of these.
Super chat.
There he is. Gives us a War Eagle JG. Don, thank you, bro. Supportive of this show and the bourbon show that I do with my wife, and always been there for us. Such a badass. Justin asks, any news on Deuce? He's here, obviously. I got a text from Caleb earlier that said he had interviewed him. I don't think... As far as a flip goes, I don't think it's going to happen this weekend, but I think it's going to happen soon. And those of you who follow my predictions on the bunker, I've got him at 95% Auburn flip. I'm not backing down from that at all. J-Head had suggested when he was on the horn that I should probably bump that up to like 98%, but I'm going to leave it at 95 just for shits and gigs. But I definitely think he's going to be an Auburn Tiger. That is my thought. But, Caleb's following him around. I think Caleb's talked to him tonight, and, he's still doing the, hey, I'm committed to Notre Dame thing. Like, that's cool. I got you. I respect that. But I'm still 95%. Let's see. Pylon Python, my man, who's been with us a long, long time, says, Deuce just went live on Instagram, and he's just riding around on the golf cart. I like that, though. I mean, it means he's kind of at peace and he's just kind of hanging out, I like that. I like that. Let's see if I got some people's. Let's see if I can catch up with Caleb, of course, our recruiting ace, who's been following these young men around today. If I can catch up with him, I don't know if he's like in the middle of interviews. I know that the team guys are definitely going to be doing interviews right now. BMAT, Stoltze, Henri are going to be doing that right now because it takes a long time after games because you got to get Hugh in there, you got to get players in there, so it's kind of a slow process. But I definitely want to talk to them tonight. But we'll see if I can catch up with Caleb. Looks like Caleb's ready to go, so we can catch him right now. Let's see if I can get Caleb to go right now. Looks like he's good to go. So I will get him on a horn, and we'll talk about some recruiting. My back's a little cranky today.
Hello?
Is this Caleb?
Yes, this is Caleb. Who's this?
My name is Jay, and I run a website called auburnsports.com.
Wow, this sounds like a great website. How can I subscribe?
No, and I want you to be my recruiting writer. Can you do that? Would you be interested in that job?
Perhaps.
What's been going on, Caleb? Where are you at, bro?
I'm in the stairwell at the press box right now.
Oh, I've done shows from there before.
Correct.
Tell me about what you've seen today, like from recruiting perspective.
Well, I've seen a lot of good stuff, I think, in favor of Auburn.
Ooh. Yes. Would you
Wait,
like
are
to
you live on
elaborate?
the? Are you on a show right now?
Yeah.
Wait, is this a show or is this? Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know if this is like a report to the boss type of show.
That's funny. Yeah, we've been live for 4.5 hours. So yeah.
Oh, I'm on the brain drain. Okay, cool. I didn't know if this is like a report to me what's going on or what. Oh man, yeah, no. I think it was a really good day for Auburn. We had a bunch of really good, a great group of recruits on campus that saw Auburn just absolutely throttle Alabama A&M. Deuce Knight was here. Naeem Offord was here. Elijah Melendez was here. I feel like I'm forgetting one. It'll come to me in a second. And yeah, Usman Chroma was here. That's the big four. That was the freeze four of this game is kind of what I'm labeling it as. But I think things went really well for Auburn, just having those guys here. We saw Coach Freeze before the game. Hugh kind of came over, got all the commits, got all those guys that he wants to commit, got them in a big group, and just basically told them. We talked to Jared Smith after the game and asked him, what was something that Hugh was kind of telling you guys, and Hugh was telling them, hey, look, we got a top 4, top 5 class right now. It's going to get bigger. It's going to get better, which could kind of be, foreshadowing something to happen in the future for Auburn, I think. And so it was a great day for Auburn. I think not only did they win on the football field, but it sounds like they won in a recruiting battle or two, perhaps. They might have even made some progress with some others.
Yeah, everybody's freaking out about Deuce Knight. I think this is going to happen like in the next 10 hours. What do you think about that?
I think it's I wouldn't rule anything out. I think it's a possibility that it happens in the next 12 to 24 hours. But I think it's a possibility that maybe this doesn't happen for another week or two.
Wow.
I think this is going to happen. I still think it's going to happen. I know me and you have been talking on the rundown about our confidence levels in this happening at some point down the road. And, after being around Auburn today, I still think that I still stand with where I stand in my confidence in this. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen. I'm not exactly sure. It's really hard to pinpoint.
Yeah, because we're still dealing with teenagers, I mean. Yeah,
this is a tough decision. Like, there's the quote that I've loved all summer is, this is not just a 4-year decision. This is a 40 to 50, 60-year decision. Like this could change your life depending on where you go to school.
Yeah.
But I will add, I think, we saw it on the field. 73 points is a lot. And I think it really resonated with some of these kids, especially Usman Chroma. He was loving how the receiver play was going, how they were feeding the running backs in between the passes, although it seemed like Auburn's offense really wasn't out on the field that much. But I think a lot of these recruits saw this offense, and those that were at a game last year may have seen a little bit of the difference and kind of seen the vision a little bit more clear.
That's what I'm talking about. And maybe some Auburn commits that might have been considering Florida would not be maybe so enticed at this point, right?
Oh, look
Not
at
naming
you
names.
using a little bit of a pun there, perhaps. But no, you actually had 2 Auburn commits in Florida. Tavares Dice, Malik Autry were both down in Florida today. And I don't know. I'm not sure if the Gators' performance against Miami is something that would sell them on Florida, especially with it being year 3. Getting throttled 41-17 at home is very reminiscent of, I don't know, like a former Auburn coach. Like that is just the Brian Harsin era. That looked like from afar, that looked like the Penn State game from 2022. And it's I don't know. I think I think winning matters. I think the product you put on the field matters, especially in year 3. Doesn't look like Florida made any huge progress lately. And I know that sounds like, oh my gosh, but dude, you lost by however many points that is. You lost by 24 at home, and your opener to a huge rival. So
that's tough. You hate to see it for Florida. I'm just kidding. We love to see it, actually.
If you're Auburn, you love to see it because there are some guys on Florida's roster that you were really close to landing in the 2024 class, and things go south in Gainesville. Maybe you go get them out of the portal.
That's what I'm talking about, G. That's how you do it. See, that's how Lane Kiffin does it.
That's how Primetime does it. And they beat North Dakota State.
North Dakota State's really good, though, Caleb. Hey, Caleb, what is your favorite song by Cake?
By Cake? What? Cake?
Yeah, it's a band.
I'm going to be honest, JG. I have not heard of Cake.
Okay, very good.
Is that a trick question?
No, I mean, it's a band that I like. Justin and Anonymous X, we both like Cake, but it's cool. I know you're very young, so it's all good.
Yes, we are young.
We can write a song about it.
It's a song. It's a song by Fun.
Fun, period. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, G. Well, just keep up with those kids, and let's see what they do. Maybe they change their mind overnight. After some thinking about it, some reflection. I don't know.
You go, you lay your head on your pillow, and you say, "Man, those Auburn Tigers, they put a lot of points on the board tonight."
That's what I'm talking about. Alabama A&M had no chance, dude. They got absolutely shit wrecked.
Dude, I don't even know if that's enough work. Like, I don't even know if that's a proper way to describe it. I think it was worse than that.
Shit housing?
But
yeah. Okay.
Maybe, perhaps.
All right, Caleb, you're doing great. Thank you for being part of the show, G.
Well, thank you so much, and let me know if you need anyone to fill that recruiting position that you talked about earlier.
We call it the Caleb J recruiting position. So yeah, we'll do that.
All right, sweet. Thanks, Jay.
Bye. I was hoping that we would get to learn about Caleb's favorite song by Cake, but unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to do that because he doesn't know who Cake is. It's okay. He's like 23. Brad E gives a
super chat.
He says, wife asks where the Commodore hat be. Are you talking about the man, I've got my well, it's right there. That's my Trash Panda's batting helmet. I don't know if that would count. We count the Madison Trash Pandas because they're in Madison at the Toyota Field in Madison. Well, see, we got some cake takes on here. Matt says he saw cake at the Impact. I did not know that they played at Impact. I would like to see that. Uncle Ob says favorite non-rivals beat writer. I've got several guys that are Auburn writers at other sites like Nate, like Cristiano. Jorge's like an SID at Auburn now. Non-rivals. I have to say Jason Caldwell. It's because I love Jason. Jason's a great dude. He's a good writer. He's a former Alabama Sports Writer of the Year. Like, his wife's cool. His daughter's cool. Like, he's a badass. So I'd say probably him. I like Ferg a lot. I like Ferg a lot. Like Nate, like Cristiano. I like pretty much everybody, man. I don't know. Like, I'm the old guy on the beat now. Me and Jason sit up front every day now, so we're like the old guys, and they're pretty much like everybody. So, yeah, I don't know. Probably like Ferg or... Yeah, Ferg. Probably. But I like Nate, too. He's awesome. Cristiano's not really a beat writer, but, he's like a recruiting guy, but he's awesome, too. We got some super chats. I gave Brad one. Well, he gave me one, but you know what I mean. Uncle Ob had one earlier. Says, JG, another season, you still the man. I'm going to give you one of these.
Wow, what a super chat.
Thank you, Uncle Ob, for jumping in. And, no, you're the man. And with that big-ass fish, I couldn't reel that in. I'll never be able to do that, bro. By the way, if we're talking about cake, though, Never There, that's the song. I actually sang that at karaoke like a month ago. And the people that were listening to the karaoke probably had never heard that song before, but I don't really care. Brad says his favorite non-rivals beat writer is Caldwell. That's a good choice. Jason Caldwell's good people, and he's a good writer. A terrific reporter, and just a good dude, man. We got a lot of good dudes on the Auburn beat, though, to be fair. Let's see. Don Properdickin says, I saw cake at the Roseland in New York City, but man, I was smoking that shit, so I can't remember. Wait a minute. I thought for sure you were going to say you saw him in Maastricht. But then you like blow one out and say it's NYC. I'm surprised. Don also says that they do a version of War Pigs. Of course, it's obviously a Black Sabbath piece, best known by Black Sabbath, but also Kay can do that too. Let's see. And Justin says Cake is Avondale Brewing in Birmingham, Sunday, September 29. May not make that one. I think our next show is going to be me and wifey are going to go see Chromeo in Atlanta at the Eastern on like September 29th or something like that. I'm not. Oh, it's not the 29th though. It'd be before that. It'd be like the 26th, I guess. I think it's on a Thursday. And then Snortney wants to go see Pink for her birthday, which is whatever. I got respect for Pink, but I know like 3 of her songs. Whatever, don't care. Anonymous says anyone but Hoke. Wait, why is Hoke getting so much hell? That's fine. I got you. Ammo says, can AU go the distance? Dun-dun-dun-dun. They're going for speed. They're licking the ball sack. First of all, great cake reference. Second of all, I don't think so. I'm still concerned about Auburn against the best teams. Obviously, they were far and away the best club tonight. However, oh my gosh. I don't even know how to say that name. Invenium Viam says it's Friday, September 22nd, 27th. I've got tickets. So do I. So I definitely want to be hanging. I want to at least meet you at the Chromeo concert because I love Chromeo. I listen to them daily. So I'm glad to hear that you're a fan because I don't think a lot of people even know who the fuck they are. Hickadoola. My man, I meant to call you out earlier. This is Jay Lee and you are the GOATs. Thank you for including me with Jay Lee. Of because he is definitely a badass. And he says, Colin Biscuit says the Eastern shows start late as hell. That's fine. I can deal with that. No problem at all. Chip is going to go see Dinosaur Jr., the Flaming Lips from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and Weezer performing the Blue Album in Greenville, South Carolina, 9/18. That sounds like an amazing show right there. Wow. That sounds like a great show. The Blue Album. My favorite song from the Blue Album, by the way, is a one that most people would not pick, but it would be "The World Has Turned and Left Me Here." Tremendous song, tremendous album. And Venium says they're with the band The Midnight, which I like even more than Chromeo. Wow, I'm not aware of that, so I'm glad you told me that. I'm going to be listening to get caught up. But I love me some Chromeo. I'm going to check and see if we can get Sir Brian Matthews on the horn. At this point, they may have finished their interviews. All right, I got the text away to see if he's good to go. Brad E. says he's going to see a Blink-182 on September 22nd. Sounds like you guys are getting a lot of good gigs here. Oh, Don Properdick likes Surf Wax America. He says, you take your car, I'll take your car to work. I'll take my board. I know that song. That's a good one. Blue Album, man. I bought that on a whim in 95 when it came out? Back then, I was working for my granddad as a concrete contractor. Bought the Blue Album on cassette. It was like $7 because I didn't think I'd really like it because all they had was Buddy Holly at the time. But the whole record is really good. You got In the Garage. Sweater Song. Obviously, The World Has Turned and Left Me Here. You've got the one about Ace Frehley. I want a girl who laughs for no one else. Whatever. I don't know. All right, anyway, Brian Matthews is ready to go. We're going to get Brian on the horn. You guys don't give a shit about Weezer. Well, some of you guys do, but most of you don't. And hopefully we're going to be able to get B-Man on here and he won't be out of breath. But I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee anything.
What is up?
What up, B-Matt?
What's up?
Hey, are you out of breath? Are you good?
No, I'm not. I came down for interviews and I've just stayed down here, so I haven't had to walk back up the stairs or do anything crazy like that. So I'm good.
Good. So you've done interviews and everything?
Yeah, how about that? Interviews are done. I just transcribed Peyton and sent them out to the beat writers. Just uploaded 4 videos and about to write a second story from the game. So yes, we are.
Damn, look at you! What a man! You're Brian Matthews. You're Brian fucking Matthews.
That's right.
What did you
You're
hear?
up. Let me step outside here.
Yeah, I got you.
Can you hear me?
Hell yeah.
Okay. I can't hear you well, but I'm glad you hear me. So
What?
you freeze.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was not as excited as you think he'd be from this game. He, and that's, he was just being a coach, right? Talking about, hey, Peyton did some great things, but he had a couple misreads. We had too many drop passes. Talked about the penalties. Of course, I think they had just 5 penalties, but I guess he especially didn't like the late hit on the A&M quarterback. Said they know better than to lift the guy up.
Oh yeah.
But I did ask him about the big plays. He was very, he said that's an important part of the offense. We've got to have those, which of course is why I asked him, because it is, and it was a big part of this game, I thought. And I thought the receivers were incredible. I mean, what a difference a year makes at that position. Wow. And, Peyton was, not perfect, but he was pretty good. And, over 300 yards. The first time he's done that at Auburn, and as far as the final was what 77-3, something like that.
Yeah, that
I don't
sounds
know what
good.
the final was, but it was the biggest margin of victory since 1932 against Erskine.
Erskine. Yeah, so 73-3. That's the biggest margin of victory in that long?
In 1932 was since 1932. Yep.
Well, how about that?
Been a minute. Well, I don't think I was there. I don't remember it. I don't know. Maybe Philip might have been there. Maybe get him online, talk about it. I don't know. We don't want to be giving fellow beat writers a hard time, but I think that's something we do a lot with old Philip sometimes.
Damn, how about that, man?
Yep.
Players? Anybody say anything crazy?
Well, Keandre Lambert was fun. His mom called him right before he started to interview him. He's like, she knows better than to do that right now. But he said he had family down for this game, so that was nice. And I think he really enjoyed it. He talked about the atmosphere when he was here at Penn State a couple of years ago, and thought it was fantastic coming out here. With the stadium just about full and a really good atmosphere for this game. I mean, it was not what you would expect for Alabama A&M. I thought the crowd was into it. They were loud. Coach Freeze mentioned the students getting here early and staying and being into it. Sorry, that's the mower coming in. Ooh, that thing's loud. And being here for most of the game. So that was really good.
That's pretty big right there. Hey, does this performance change?
We love it down here, yeah.
Does this performance change at all how you feel about the team going forward? Like in the Cal game, are you more likely to think they're going to kick Cal's ass than maybe you did before? Or do you just look at it as it's a SWAC team. They beat the shit out of them. Oh, well.
I do feel better about their chances, right? I wanted to see them play like this. And, we haven't seen an Auburn team play like this in a while offensively, right? It's been such they've had their moments, but under Gus and, of course, under Harsin, the offense has been a struggle for so many of these years. So, yeah, I feel better about it. My thing is with this year's team is recruiting is so important. Some big things may happen this weekend, like in the next hours or 24 hours or 48 hours, whatever it's going to be, right? So the most important thing is no matter what happens on the field, everybody gets excited, stays with the team and the program and about the future of it. Because if that can happen and they can just take a step forward on the field, which it looks like they're going to do, Auburn could be taking a big step forward in building a championship-type program. I mean, what would it be like to cover an Auburn team that was competing for the SEC and national championship every year like Georgia does or like Alabama does?
That'd be amazing.
Or like Ohio State does. What would it be like if Auburn was like that? Okay? Well, if Auburn can continue on the path they are on now, right, where they're stacking top 5 classes upon top 5 classes, and they got the number 7 class here now. They got top 5 class they're working on, and another top 5 they're working on in 2027. Is that right? Or 2026? I can't
26, yeah.
Up. But yeah, if they can do that, and those are still a couple of years away, that's what you're going to have here at Auburn. So there's got to be some patience. There's got to be a realization of, this is not what happens necessarily in Athens in 5 weeks from now, or whatever. It's what happens December 4th on signing day and the next signing day the next year, and how Auburn starts to taking the steps forward in year 2 and 3 and 4 under you, Freeze.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. They sure went out there and beat that ass today, though, didn't they?
They did. That was an ass whooping, and that was fun to see, right? That's what everybody in the stands wanted to see, were big plays in the offense. If it's okay if I can cuss right here, coming to this game, I only wanted to see one thing, and that was Peyton throwing the motherfucking ball down the motherfucking field, and we saw that today, right? That's what Auburn needed to do. So,
damn, I love it when you talk like that, B-Man.
Yeah, get fired up.
Are you gonna get a banana milkshake after the game?
I just got told to get off the grass. I'm staying on the field. So.
Okay. All right, B-Matt. We got to have you writing because otherwise we won't have content.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you for
hey,
taking
man, how
some
many
time.
drinks have you had tonight? How many pours?
A bunch, like probably 8.
Damn.
I know,
I
man.
might have had an adult beverage before I came in.
Hey,
I might have. I'm not saying I did or I didn't, but I might have.
What's your favorite song by the group Cake?
By the what?
There's a rock group called Cake. What's your favorite song by them?
I don't know.
All right, that's fair enough.
I've heard of Cake, I think, but I don't. But if it ain't 70s and 80s and a little bit 90s mixed in,
yeah,
it is. I just don't know.
I got you. RB Matt,
Yep.
you be good. Right, great.
Peace.
See, there he is, guys. He is. He likes the like Jefferson Starship and like Average White Band and like he likes late 70s, early 80s. So he doesn't know Cake either. Kind of sad, really. But it's all good. I can't say that I know like a bunch of Cake songs, but like I know The Distance and Never There and Short Skirt Long Jacket. Wait, yeah, Short Skirt Long Jacket. That's pretty good. I would go to their concert. For sure. There's been kind of a similar theme through the calls tonight, which is that they were better, like Auburn, not the calls, but Auburn, it was better than expected as far as just administratively, right? Like, so you don't see a lot of like silly penalties. You don't see the offsides. You don't see the illegal substitutions. You don't see that kind of crap, this stuff either. Like they just kind of get, like it just seemed like a smooth machine, or more of a smooth machine tonight than we saw last year, which is good. I mean, a lot of the same players. Hugh saying that we got to get things like kind of cleaned up and straightened up and look more professional, and they did. So I thought the execution was good. Auburn's just a much better team physically than Alabama A&M, and they showed that tonight. They showed that they're capable of putting together a really good game. And 73-3, that's a good game. And BMAT was saying that's their biggest margin of victory since the Erskine game in 23 or whatever the fuck that was. Hickadula says, my son says he doesn't want to tell you anything. His name is Ethan. Can you call him out to just make him blush? Ethan, if you would just call in and let me know some information, then I would be a much smarter beat reporter. However, since you won't do it, I'm just going to give you a shout out anyway and say, Ethan, you're a bad, bad man. New Mexico and Arizona 17-17 with the Lobos driving. This is interesting for them. So that if they were to beat Arizona, that would be a huge win for them. And, of course, the Auburn Tigers, as you see there on your screen, are going to be playing New Mexico in a couple weeks. They still got Cal next weekend. The Cal Bears, the ACC Cal Bears, and then they've got New Mexico, and then the Arkansas Razorbacks. And then we're kind of, like, to me, we're like kind of in neutral until we get to the Oklahoma game. Some people would say that Arkansas is, you know, more worthy of regard than I am saying. I just feel like Auburn should go out there and beat the dog shit out of Arkansas. But I could be wrong. It's just kind of my view of it. And we're still working on other Cake songs. Melee just says no phone. Is that a song? Or are you just making a statement? I don't know. Pipe says I'm available if you need me on the horn. Hey guys, do we want to get an update from the Reds game tonight? And also, Chip says New Mexico was absolute ass last week. That's good, though. You're supposed to make your biggest improvement from week 1 to week 2, right? Maybe that's what New Mexico did. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Do we want to hear from Stoltzy? It was great to hear from BMAT, though. I'm checking with Stoltzy to see what he's up to, just to make sure. I guess I'm a current reporter, I guess, but as a former, like, writing a bunch of shit from games, I hated to be, like, called and, like, I'm trying to write shit. I got notebooks, I got stories, et cetera, et cetera. So I try to be, like, inoffensive to these guys, you know, to see what they're up to or whatever. By the way, if you guys are married and you don't have your wife on your lock screen, then you're a nerd. I got my wife on my lock screen, and you should have your wife on your lock screen too. I think it's just the right thing to do. All right, so New Mexico scored. They're up 23-17 according to Chip with a PAT pending. And that's kind of where we're at right now. So Cleveland Brown wants to hear from Stoltze, so we're going to do it. I did text him. He's generally very, very good about answering me. Oh, there you go.
Hey, Jordan.
Hey, Courtney, I got a whole thing right here.
Drink some more.
Here, you take it. Courtney, I've been pounding this fucking blue run all day.
I know.
And I ate all that, though. All right, Stoltze says he's good to go, so we'll get Stoltze on this bitch right now. Let's see what's going on. So Courtney, I want you to hear this. I said that if you're married, you should have your wife on your lock screen, which I do, Courtney, as you know. Your boy, Pipe, says, I have your wife on my lock screen.
I love it,
Pipe, hello. This is the front desk. I would like to ask you if you would be interested in a very lightly damaged Hurricane Cloche. Oh, my goodness. Matt N says, what if I'm not married and have someone else's wife on my lock screen? Courtney, is that a problem?
It's not good unless she's a supermodel or something.
Supermodel? You don't have to be a supermodel. You just have to have big boobies.
I'm saying if it's somebody who commercially is.
We also like big booty Latinas around here. That's how we do things.
Super chat.
Justin says, I want to hear from former AD David Housel. Man, I haven't done my David Housel voice in a while, but I'll give it a shot. Justin, it's really good to see you. I know you're a good Auburn man. War Eagle forever, Justin. That's not the greatest, but it's been a while since I've listened to David. Wait a minute. AU88 says Hugh is a tool. Wait, why are we mad at Hugh now? He only scored 73 tonight? That's not too bad. All right, let's get Stoltze on the horn. The people demand it. Stoltze has his fans. I am one. I am a fan of Brian Stoltz. Actually, I think Brian's really, really cool. He's just a really high-quality individual.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Stoltze, what up, bro?
Hey, not much.
Where are you
Just sitting
located?
in the bowels of, I am in the bowels of Jordan-Hare Stadium, working a little bit.
Oh, are you like in a stairwell or something?
No, I'm just standing right in the tunnel.
Oh, okay.
Is that fine?
What did you hear post game?
I think there was some misalignments on defense that Freeze was upset about, along with some penalties that were stupid. He called the roughing the passer penalty really stupid, but I think overall he was pleased. He was pleased with the execution of the offense to start the game. 3 freshmen getting touchdown catches in their first game is pretty darn good. And I just think overall it was a pretty good performance. The opponent wasn't what they're going to face in the future, including with Cal coming in this weekend. But yeah, I think overall it was a great season opener. You mentioned that was the 800th win for the program. So that's pretty elite, if you want to say.
Yeah.
But I thought it was great. So overall, I think everyone's happy.
What you walk away from this game? Obviously, I mean 73-3. It's a blowout win. But what stuck out to you as positives here?
Just the way the freshman receivers came on. Just how they
blinded by the bright lights. They weren't intimidated. They did their job. They showed what they can do. Granted, against not the best secondary, but they showed that they can perform when the bright lights come on. And also, Keandre Lambert-Smith, 2 touchdown catches in his first game. And I just think, and I think Peyton Thornwood's confidence was a lot better. He knows that he actually has receivers now that can catch the ball. And I just think that's why I took up I said the future at wide receiver is here for Auburn Tigers, baby. That was what my column was.
Hey, Solo Tigre says Stoltze is breaking in a new set of marbles for the season. That's mean. I understand everything you say.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
I don't either.